of these and other stories coming up for you in our next major news number 5 at 4 o'clock.
Radio. Grant that the work that was begun
may serve to better our lives, and through your
a very special thanks to
contribute
Cameron, a very special evening afternoon for all our listeners on I-95.5 or listeners who are logged on to www.i955fm.com, your favorite radio station. Well, we are on the road again this afternoon. We are down here live on location at the southern city of San Fernando, and we are here for the official opening ceremony for the San Fernando Parkade. Oh, what a beautiful sight! This is the kind of sight that you see on those postcards. We are overlooking the sea here, right on the wharf in San Fernando. And according to the program, we'll have, we just heard the inspirational part of the proceedings from Father Khan, Father David Khan, and we'll have the mayor of San Fernando giving some welcome remarks, and then Ms. Tamika Charles, the chief executive officer of the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago. That's UDICOT. Welcome to the podium. We'll have some entertainment and then remarks by Mr. Farish Al-Rawi, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government and Member of Parliament for San Fernando West. And we all know for the past couple of months, Minister Al-Rawi has been telling us about the San Fernando Wharf, the changeover. Normally it was just a rundown area, but this is definitely a completely different piece of property down here in San Fernando. And of course, then we'll have the feature address by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley. The proceeding has just started. Let's go across to the podium.
Specially invited guests, members of the media, members of the national public viewing live on TTT, UDICOT's Facebook page, and listening to Talk City
find suitable parking, often resulting in unnecessary stress and delays. This will no longer be an issue. The significance of this park is far beyond the convenience of additional parking spaces. It symbolizes progress and development. There have been some differing views with regards to pricing. After some brief research across the city, I can say at $8 per hour, supported by the security and comfort associated with the space. In this multi-story car park, let us recognize the dedication of the teams who have worked tirelessly to bring this project to fruition. Our gratitude extends to UNICOT, the architects, engineers,
and displays the history of San Fernando and its environs. Some of the history captured includes our very own wildfowl trust, petrotrin tankers, the old cocoa, coffee, and sugarcane estates, the train, and other architectural highlights of San Fernando. This artistic piece was executed by art teacher and artist Mrs. Paula Cooper and her students from the
Good evening, everyone. Gonna bring this one from the book of fashion and time of issues from the future. Tonight is the night. carry on, baby. Rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them have to bubble and them have to back it up. Anywhere you see me, baby, say me knock it up. We just live, we mash it up. Rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them have to bubble and them have to back it up. Anybody see me, baby, say me knock it up. So I go take a little drink, and I can do what I want. And I go wine if I feel like it. And I can do what I want. And I go take a little drink. And I can do what I want. And I go wine if I feel like it. And I can do what I want. You don't know the vibes is work hard, play harder. Work hard, play harder. Work hard, play harder. Work hard, play harder. Oh, work hard, play harder. Work hard, play harder. Work hard, play harder. Work hard. Carry on, baby. Carry on. Carry on, baby. Carry on, carry on, carry on. Wind it up, wind it up, wind it. Yeah, that's the kind of station. I wanna shake it up, I shake it up, I shake it up. Oh, you like that, you like that. I wanna bend it up, emergency. Now. 911, emergency. I don't think you can handle all of it. No, I don't think you can manage all of it. Run your devices. Work hard, play harder. Work hard, play harder. Work hard, play harder. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to have a part of Mr. Kagan. It surely has been a pleasure. Thank you. Work hard, play harder. Work hard.
Thank you, Ms. Keegan and Nigel. I think that's what I got. Ladies and gentlemen, I now call on the Honorable Terence Dayal Singh, Minister of Health, to bring us his remarks.
Thank you very much, Andre. You got it right. Good afternoon, all. I think you will be relieved, and I expect a round of applause when I say all protocols observed. During that performance, it took me back to the loss that we as a country have recently suffered by the loss of our dear Denise Plummer, who straddled both the calypso and gospel genres. So I think it is appropriate that I extend deepest condolences to the family and friends of Denise Plummer. Ladies and gentlemen, when the history of Trinidad and Tobago, as is being written now and will be written in the future and has been written in the past, one thing and one thing only should stand out. The roles that successive prime ministers from Dr. Eric Williams, the father of this nation, Mr. George Chambers, from PTSC, and Minister Al-Rawi, see, you would not $2,815.47. Yes, the 47 cents is important. But the project represents problems that both staff and patients face on a daily basis. On a daily basis. And as we move forward to develop been my dream and under the Ministry of Rural Development, you are going to see in the coming year or two a total revitalization and upliftment of the old San Fernando Hospital. This facility is too precious to San Fernandians. And the healthcare sector to leave it like this. We are not going to leave it like that.
clearance. Nobody knows what the earth fill over there comprises, and it stopped. A previous mayor have accepted and have attended today, but it starts with your vantage point. We are facing the serene waters of the Gulf of Paria. You can after Mr. Manning had seen the building of SAPA and the administrative complex, development in San Fernando shut down. National development was not for us until the present government came in 2015. I came in, met mountains of plans. Plan after plan after plan of the waterfront, the waterfront, the waterfront. And if you were to ask anybody what the waterfront was or what was the vision, nobody could tell you its specifics. We know it involved some land reclamation to my left, to your right. We know that under MP Sadiq Baksh, land reclamation started with no CEC, no environmental clearance. Nobody knows what the earth fill over there comprises, and it stopped. A previous mayor of San Fernando, a good man, a man whose heart was in the right place, Navi Muradali, Dr. Muradali, started a waterfront vision down by Hatters. It involved a couple benches and a few umbrellas. but nobody could speak to a defined. And the vision for San Fernando matters. Why? San Fernando has one of the best performing academic basins in the country. San Fernando was the starting point of the chamber that is now the energy chamber. San Fernando was the heartland of Petrotrin, of oil and gas, the meeting hub. San Fernando saw the train line end right to my left, to your right. But when the last train to San Fernando came and stopped, and we put a train on the promenade, the only reason to circulate in San Fernando disappeared a few years ago because people who catch the buses at the PSC circulation point do so not to stay if you go opposite C3 to the OAS Constructura site, so said, so done, that was moved. That 14-acre site vested in UDCOT just like the fishing port, just like the land reclamation, has already been awarded Ramat has that site for 400 plus homes. The fishing port site has already been awarded. We're in final consultation with the fisher folk, and I want to signal to the world right now, discussions because you cannot be witnessing San Fernando with a fishing port, an abattoir that is 100 years old and do nothing about it. And as we progressed, we said to ourselves, let us get to Skinner Park. And at Skinner Park, we decided it's not good enough that the renovation works under Errol Mahabir with a coat of paint on the mayor's spend to catch up. If you look at the landslide here at the Center for Disabilities, and you go onto Hubert Rand Street, you will see a retaining wall has fallen. The entire PSIP budget for the city of San Fernando to fix roads and retaining walls was a whopping $10 million. To fix the wall on Hubert Rand Street is $6 million alone. So how do you expect local government to work if you can't finance it? Well, we came up with the answer. Modest contribution of property taxes into the coffers of the city corporation itself, but expenditure using the public procurement law. The public procurement law is an experiment. That is a rough one. A lot of things have to be solved in the public procurement law. But what it does is that it allows the San Fernando City Corporation to spend without limit, only subject to the Minister of Finance's confirmation that funds exist. So if you take $65 million, you add it to $40 million, and then you take school repairs that go to MTS, you give it to the corporation because they now have the responsibility to look after schools. You take maintenance of parks and facilities, you take culture, you are now giving San Fernando $135 million when they used to get 11. And that $135 million means jobs right here in San Fernando for people who move from invisibility and people who include the working poor. How many of our citizens say, I have a job, but I am poor. I cannot afford to send my children to school. I cannot live comfortably. How many of our citizens are like that? People throw their hands up in the air and complain. Your government has said we have a strategy to take us out of that. We didn't talk about the strategy. We put it into law. We back-ended it. We figured out how to finance it. We know how to spend it amongst people. But then you come back to a vision requiring an anchor. So welcome to anchor number 2. Skinner Park, 1. Hospital Car Park, 2. Road widening, not yet finished, 3. Plaza San Carlos, 4. Land reclamation, 5. HVIP, 6. Rushwood Street, 7. 400 houses, 8. Carlton Lane, 9. Redevelopment of the city of San Fernando, 10. Jobs, 11 and everywhere. Crime and security virtual cameras, 12. You getting the drift? This sounds like a government by VAPs to you? Which alternative vying for power in this country can thread a program with so many realistic points for you? Which alternative? Where are they? Load the matic. Fill the clip. Where you getting a clip? And who you offloading the clip on? Where do you stand your ground in the ghetto? If you're squatting, where's your ground? Where's your ground in Embacadere? Where is your ground in a community that has no boundaries? Folks, we are in a very aggressive developmental program, and we will not be deterred in our ambition. We know where we're going. It's the reason why, as your MP, my taglines are hope, vision, and prosperity. We've begun speaking about the San Fernando market, an anchor for development. I'm very pleased to tell you, because they're sitting in the audience, some of our critical thinkers in the ministry, Makesi, Shazim, part of the team, you should see the Arima market. You should see what is coming. Imagine a market where you can eat, clean, food, music, commerce, clothing being sold, parking, security. Why not Mukurapo Street? Why not? Who has dared to dream it and say it? We have a plan to do it. We know how we're financing it. Imagine a San Fernando that is an attraction. Look at the expansion going on at the Southern Medical Clinic. Hundreds of millions of dollars in LINAC and PET scanning and other structures. Why are they expanding? They're sitting on the prime real estate overlooking the waterfront. And it is a signal that private sector is prepared to invest as well. If you put anchors down, private sector will follow. So Derek Smith, Kiran Singh, Udicott, Ansa Makal owns nearly 3/4 of the square at Plaza San Carlos. Welcome to San Fernando, the land of opportunity, vision, hope, and prosperity, where things can happen. Where the Roman Archdiocese sits next to the Anglican Church, where we will redevelop our promenade and have green markets and structures where entrepreneurship and life exists. I have faith and I have confidence in a better future in San Fernando. And with the Prime Minister that we have, who's prepared to let his generals have the chance at dreaming for a better future and the chance at delivering a better hope through entities that bring in projects under cost and on time with no bacchanal, no scandal, no name calling. Well, to me, we have the right Prime Minister and the right structure. Minister Cummings, we're throwing out to him the need to bring in our youth into the pack. Minister Dial Singh and I have been speaking about private sector opportunity in the San Fernando General Hospital campus. All of those unutilized buildings are ripe for lease arrangements for doctors, for dental practices, so the San Fernando General campus becomes a public-private partnership arrangement. Dare to dream, dare to communicate, and vision becomes real. So, ladies and gentlemen, the program says that the Honorable Prime Minister was supposed to speak. I'm clearly very lucky to have stolen the microphone only because he sent his apology. I thank you for your attention. I thank you for being witness to the vision and listening to the potential for hope that we have with a very realistic position. To the Keachanona Group, congratulations on an excellent project, on the novel technology in your retaining walls. Anthony Clark, for your soil nails, because to build these retaining walls, they went horizontally in and nailed it into the soil. Thank you for bringing this through the period of COVID. To Mr. Noel Garcia in particular, Chairman of UDICOT, a lot has been put on your plate, sir. You have distinguished yourself, the Board of Directors of UDICOT, and the Office of the Prime Minister in coordinating. We publicly salute you, Mr. Garcia, and the UDICOT team for having the courage and for bringing so many projects together on time and on value. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy our car park as an anchor of the waterfront. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Arawi, for your illuminating feature address. Thanks to UDICOT management and staff for yet another milestone in the infrastructural development in the South and throughout the country. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Thank you, Mayor Aguero, for your welcoming remarks. Thanks, Minister Dial Singh, for your information and inspiration. Thank you, Mr. Mika Charles, CEO of UDICOT, for your uplifting remarks. Members of Parliament, the Cabinet, various ministry officials, specially invited guests, the South Regional Health Authority, Welsh Morris and Associates, the Furness Group, Keachanona, Presticon, Unicom, First Citizens Bank and Answer Merchant Bank, members of the media, thank you all for your very kind participation today. Thank you, Father David Can, Vicar for the Southern Vicariate and Parish Priest of Our Lady of Perpetual Help Roman Catholic Church, for the opening prayer. Thanks to those who work so diligently to prepare this site for today's ceremony. And thank you, entertainers, Miss Marisa Kagan, Mr. Nigel O'Connor, and Skiffle Bunch for lighting up our space this afternoon with joy. We will now have the cutting of the ribbon, followed by the unveiling of the commemorative plaque by the Member of Parliament for San Fernando West and his entourage.
Are you ready, folks? That's a whole lot. Yeah. Zagasha, come on. Right, lovely. Ready? Three, two. On behalf of all of you, because I'm like a seamstress.
So we will proceed now to
That's all. Excuse. Even though we get a shot of the mural, we get a good shot of the mural.
Tommy.
Right. Gloves. Kazim, DJ, Haji. Haji, that's not going to go to them. Haji. DJ long because. Ready, folks? Yes?
Ready.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yes, you wanted the question?
The night before the holiday, be part of the epic celebration at Represent the Independence Fest. See you there.
We're not trip for photo, Disney World, trip for tutor, CPL, this Java with digital win ting. See me, so long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. Make it up. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me. Woman said they want feel me, promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music and steal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my friends together at one location. I swear. You not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long, you not see me. So long, you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long, you not see me. So long you not see me. Woman said they want feel me, promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place, so can music and steal me. The power reveal me. Some woman said they dream me. I swear. So long you not see me, when you see me, so long you not see me. So long. I miss every grenade yard, and all Vincentian, and all them Belgian, and all Jamaican, and all St. Lucian, and all the islands. I swear. You not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I swear. So long you not see me, when man said they were feeling me. Promoters said they need me. They mash up the place, rip up the place, but I'm here for the stealing me. And the power will feel me. Some woman claims to they claim to now. When you see me, when you see me, when you see me, I take it away. I take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all celebration and all my fears together at one. See me, so long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
Retro or elegantly casual, door prizes to be won, drinks included, popular DJ, eats on sale, and free parking. For further info, call 642-4314, 692-7342, or 240-0596.
Calling all single ladies.
All the single ladies, all the single ladies.
Getting married soon?
Now put your hands up.
Well, this is for you. Amber Media Productions and Studio One Photo Center invites you and your fiancé to the Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th at Signature Hall, Chaguanas from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's one full day of giveaways, samples, live entertainment, and much, much more. With free wedding cakes, free wedding venue, free photography, and lots of discounts for your wedding. Register online at ambermediatt.com. That's AMBERMEDIATT.com. Or call 359-5448 or 359-5452 for more info. The Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th, Republic Day weekend. Signature Hall, Chaguanas. Don't miss it. Miss it.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
Digicel brings 50 days of Java to you. Win a PlayStation 5, carnival costumes from Tribe or Yuma, gas vouchers for the year, and more. Purchase a 1-day, 3-day, or 10-day plan for your chance to win.
There's nothing like starting your day off on the right foot. So let's get you started. Join us for early morning devotions and inspiration hosted by the Cure Pentecostal Church. That's Thursday mornings, 5 o'clock. Get an hour filled with prayer and hearing from God's word. Make it a great day with Cure Pentecostal.
Jesus Christ the Lord.
I-95.5 FM, celebrating 61. We are family. This is Cultural Icons, celebrating their contributions. Tini's Plumber.
Tini's Plumber is a calypso and gospel singer from Trinidad and Tobago. The child of a white father and a black mother, she initially faced significant prejudice in a genre traditionally seen as Afro-Caribbean, but was eventually recognized as a leading calypso performer. In her early years, Plummer sang with the Holy Name Convent Junior, Senior, and folk choirs. She won Best Vocalist Junior and Senior categories at music festivals, as well as talent competitions, 12 and under, Teen Talent, and Scouting for Talent. She also performed as a pop singer at intimate bars and hotels throughout Trinidad and Tobago before entering the genre of calypso. Plummer made her debut in 1986 at Skinner Park to a lukewarm audience, but she persevered. In the same year, she was enlisted by Phase 2 Pan Gru Steel Band arranger Len Booksy Sharp to sing his band's panorama entry, Pan Rising. It was then that Plummer started making a name for herself as a calypsonian. In 1987, she placed third in the National Calypso competition. In 1988, with yet another Len Booksy Sharp pan tune, Woman is Boss, she arrived at the National Calypso Monarch Finals and also won the Calypso Queen crown. Since then, she has taken the Calypso Queen crown a total of 6 times and has won second place crown 3 times. Plummer is the 5th female Calypsonian to win the Young Kings and National Calypso Queens competition and made it to the Calypso Monarch Finals in 1983, 1988, 1992, 1994, and 2001, winning the title in 2001 with songs Heroes and Nah Leaving. In 2022 and 2023, she released Fire and Tempo, respectively. Currently, Denise has put aside her talents in the calypso world and has moved on to the genre of gospel.
Celebrating our cultural icons on I-95.5 FM. This is 61. We are family. This Independence to Republic. I-95.5 FM celebrates 61. At 61, we are family. Our journey through introspection, self-determination, and harmony. Keep it right here on the I as we salute our cultural icons. Crazy, the Baron, the Mighty Trini, Squanter, and Denise Plummer. New horizons with our young trailblazers. I-Business, the businesses that made an impact, our sporting heroes that put us on the map, and city lights, highlighting our cities and boroughs. This is what 61 means to us. Our journey through introspection, self-determination, and harmony. At 61, we are family. From Independence to Republic. Celebrate with us on I-95.5 FM. I-95.5 FM.
I-95.5 FM, Red 96.7 FM, and W107.1 FM gives you a September payback. September payback. That's right, TNT. We're giving you the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. Yeah, you heard right. Get listed, and you can stand in our payback booth and grab over $10,000 in cash and prizes from all our sponsors. Parents, guardians, anyone who may just need that extra cash, this is for you. Listen out for this sound. September payback. Quickly give us a call at 622-3937. Have the access phrase September payback. Make it rain. And just like that, you're listed for the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. We know times are hard, so we're giving back. It's the September payback. September payback. This is your time to win. Please note, qualifiers can only be listed once. September Payback is brought to you by
KFC, JMMB Bank, Dedicated Real Estate Services Limited, Universal Cereal, and Comfort Inn. From our 61st independence to our 47th republic, I-95.5 FM, we are family.
You're listening to Live at 10. Live at 10 on the I.
Real, oh Jesus. Father, help me to be real as I face another day. To please you with my life as I walk along this way. Search my life, oh Lord, remove any sinful way, that I may live in truth as you teach me your way. Touch my mouth, oh Lord, make pure the words I say. My eyes, oh Lord, only to see this right way. My feet, oh Lord, let them never go astray. Bless my heart with love and let me love you all the way. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Hear my cry, oh Lord. Yeah, yeah. There are days when I just get up and go throughout the day, neglecting, Lord, your word, God, just too busy to pray. Walking through the day, sowing seeds that led to sin. Never was salt and light neglected, holy living. Now I face the fruits and consequences of my wrong ways. And tougher are my times, Lord, and shorter are my days. No more than ever, Lord, I really need your grace. To walk in all your light and not to faint in this race. Father, help me to be real as I face another day. To please you with my life as I walk alone this way. Search my life, oh Lord, remove any sinful way, that I may live in truth as you teach me your way. Lord, touch my mouth, oh Lord, make pure the words I say. My eyes, oh Lord, only to see this right way. Bless my feet, oh Lord, let me never go astray. Touch my heart with love that I may love you all the way. Why should I frustrate your grace, Lord, through disobedience? Want to live like you live, but I dwell out your presence. Want to be used when I'm ready, but pure. Want to be filled, but my vessel ain't secure. Oh, seeking out your power, Lord, and your anointing. But how could new wine be poured into our old wineskin? You are the butter, Lord, and I am the clay. Mold my life and shape me, I pray today. Real, Jesus, help me be real. Real, Jesus, help me be real. Real in my mind, real in my heart, down in my soul. Oh, Father, down in my soul. Oh, real, Jesus, help me be real. Real, Jesus, help me be real. Real in my mind, real in my heart, down in my soul. Oh, Father, down in my soul. Oh, Father, help me to be real as I face another day. Please you with my life as I walk alone this way. Search my life, oh Lord, remove any sinful way. I may live in truth as you teach me your way. Oh, touch my mouth, oh Lord, make pure the words I say. And touch my eyes, oh Lord, only to see this right way. Bless my feet, oh Lord, let me never go astray. And bless my heart with love that I may love you all the way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Father, teach me to be humble, Lord, help me to be meek. Teach me to keep strong even when I'm feeling weak. Teach me to be patient, Lord, teach me to be kind. Help me keep a smile when your peace escapes my mind. Lord, teach me to be gentle, at times help me be bold. Discipline in my walk, practicing of self-control. All these things I pray, Lord, let always be in me. For it is by your spirit and for your glory. Father, help me to be real as I face another day. Please you with my life as I walk along this way. Search my life, oh Lord, remove any sinful way. That I may live in truth as you teach me your way. Touch my mouth, oh Lord, make pure the words I say. Touch my eyes, oh Lord, only to see this right way. Bless my feet, oh Lord, let me never go astray. Touch my heart with love and let me love you all the way.
Let's try it again. It's 10:17 in the nation's capital, Tuesday, 29th of August. Tamika Castillo, I-95.5. Outside is overcast this morning, but that doesn't change the fact that we give thanks for what is and what may be. We give thanks for what is seen and what is not seen. And we give thanks for the opportunity that we have another day, another chance to become, if not the perfect versions of ourselves, but a better version of ourselves. This morning, I say a special good morning to everyone who is already locked in via Facebook. Those of you all on the nation's roadway, I ask that you please, 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 please take your time. Those of you at the office, I say good morning to you. It's another day. We are at it again, and you all already know how we operate inside of our little hub. I picked up the newspaper this morning, and it reads crime emergency, gunshots like thunder. So this is we are at 386 at our murder toll. As I said, today is the 29th of August. We still have September, October, November, and December to go. So it's a mere matter of wondering what would the front page of the papers continue to read. And I don't think that we may ever get accustomed to headlines of this magnitude. I don't think we should get accustomed to headlines of this magnitude. So we are on the road to 61 years in independence. And like I said, the headline of the newspaper reads, "Gunshots like thunder." And if you happen to pick up the papers and you read that headline and something in your body didn't tremble a tad bit, I'm wondering how patriotic of a person you really are. I'm wondering how concerned of an individual you really are. Because, like we have been saying, and I will keep on saying until the narrative shifts, gunshots like thunder could come right in front of your door. It could come right next door. It could come behind you. And then what is going to happen? So, on the road to 61, I'm at a point of asking, do we really celebrate being an independence? Is there anything for us to really celebrate? And I'm not eliminating the fact that we have so much going for us. But at the same time, we cannot deny that as much as we have going for us, we are at this juncture where this is overthrowing or overpowering all the other things that we have going for us. And like Miss Plummer sang, we're not leaving here. So if we are not leaving, what do we intend to do as a village, as a community, as a people, and as a nation? And I'll say it one more time. Gunshots like thunder. The front page of the Daily Express this morning. We are at 386 murders. We were reading the same in no, that's incorrect. Yeah, we were close to the same number in 2022. So statistically, we are not doing any better than before. It just keeps increasing and increasing and increasing. And I think it's time for us to boldly and blatantly say that we have a problem. And since we have already identified the problem, the next step is working on the problem. So I'm here this morning with how patriotic are you as an citizen of this nation? How concerned are you as someone who eats, sleep, breathes, everything on this soil? How concerned are you? How comfortable are you? How safe do you feel? And within all of that, a solution needs to rear its head. Something has to give in order for us to get back to a state of being comfortable as a people in your own house, heading to and from the grocery, heading to and from work. Something needs to give. Line 3, good morning.
Hello, morning.
Hi, friend.
Hey, friend, you still manage a cheerful friend amidst the presence of anxiety. Well, no.
Well, let me say, do you remember the song? I've got sunshine. Let me finish to make me laugh. Remember this one? I've got sunshine on a cloudy day.
I can't sing too good.
Friend,
when I meet you, morning, friend. When I meet you in person, yeah, the earth will shake. Friend, good topic, morning listeners. I just want to get into just one little issue. Now I may get knocked right. This now here that we're dealing with, right? This now was developed by the Den. You agree?
Yes.
Whatever we did in the past or didn't do is where we are at now. Now there's a lot of things that needs to be done that are being neutralized.
All right. So here what we're not doing this morning, right? We're not talking on a broad perspective. So just like how you said, there are a lot of things that need to be done and needed to be done. I'm asking you to just say exactly what you think should be done.
Right. And this is the one thing I'm coming at. There's a revolving door of criminality that we need to address immediately. That is just one aspect. It is not the panacea. I was watching a YouTube video with some fellas posing as repairmen. And the fellow was talking to him on the camera. That is recent, probably a day ago. And he tell the fellas who was posing as repairmen, he not home. Or he was talking to them through the camera. When he hung up, gun pull out, and next fella appear and they start to kick open the door, try to kick the door. The person in the house was a gun owner, so he started blast through the door. I think one of the fellas pick up. And they arrested the guy. Multiple home breakings, home invasion charges. And he outside. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So there's a small clique that keeps going in, coming out, and keeping it going. And in the mix, the recruiting others. So one of the first things, my solution is, let us bring the legislation to put a stop on the revolving door of criminality, and we could always deal with the new ones that coming up a little easier. Thanks for allowing me this contribution.
Don't go yet. I want you to answer me honestly. Do you believe crime is a business?
Yes. It is a business, and in Trinidad now, it is enabled, it is motivated, and it is financed.
No, because you said it. I just want you to know that Sarah John says she needs to change your name from Friend to Sunshine. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Sarah John, and you too, Mr. Mika, for flattering all the time. Be good.
Be good. Goodness all the time. Line 2, good morning.
Good morning, Tamika.
Hi, good morning, yes.
How are you today?
I am fine. How are you?
I am not so great.
Why? What happened?
I have a big problem, Tamika. When we talk about criminals,
you want to lower your radio down for me, please?
The criminals are not only people who will come and invade your home and pull a gun for you or a knife or whatever. Tamika, I have a situation. I have had a Julie mango tree in my backyard for 30 years. 30 years. My children were small and they planted that mango tree. And I have a neighbor who all of a sudden a mango branch is over in her yard and it's a problem. And she came and she complained to me. Now this season, that mango tree was laden with mangoes. So when she came to me, I told her to stay don't mind me, I'ma just grab myself and leave. We have a lot of mangoes on the tree. I have not cut the tree now, but it is. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck to wait a little. When the season is over, I will ask my son to cut the branch that is bothering me. You know what she did, Tamika? She poisoned my mango.
Life too sweet, I can't complain. The only constant is the change. And we go touch the road again. So as long as you call my name, then I will answer. I'm a happy camper, and love is my sponsor. Oh, and as long as I'm man of life, then I will dance up. No time for no anger, I'm smiling with me hands up, yeah. Somebody touch me.
Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Who, me? While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul.
Feel the power, feel the power, power, power.
DJ
Touch it, bring it, baby. Touch it, bring it, baby.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Who, me? While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul.
Life too sweet, I can't complain. The only constant is the change, and we go touch the road again. So as long as you call my name, then I will answer. I'm a happy camper, and love is my sponsor. Oh, yeah, and as long as I'm man of life, then I will dance up. No time for no anger, I'm smiling with me hands up. Yeah.
Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul.
All of this happening, and you know, something has to be up. Because it seems that either they don't know, or they're not happy, or there's some other motivation why they vote. And the vote ended up so close that it came. The UNC won more seats in San Fernando than the previous year.
But you see, a lot of
San Fernando Regional Corporation.
yes,
The work is being done for all of them.
exactly.
Let me end right there, because that's the point I'm making, right?
Yes,
You're
I know what
free
you
to be support whatever you want.
Yes,
But if there are projects that are going on that will serve the interests of all the
everybody
Burgesses,
compared to how it is now.
well then, what do you vote? What are you voting
You
for?
understand? And as he rightly said, for the last 40 years, you're seeing the same thing, and we're looking to make a difference in the city of San Fernando, not the borough. But
Anyhow,
the city
you're
of
right,
San
the city. I have to go.
Yes.
Thanks for your
problem.
call. We'll discuss this at another time. We go to News Center 5 at 5 with
Mr. Lance Motley.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio. I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at 5.
$132 million parkade opened in San Fernando. Government says it was under budget. Ministry of Health extends condolences on the death of man in hospital car park attack. Domestic dispute in Tobago turns fatal. Dead is Reynold Fraser, also known as Jaja, and Bahamas Rastafarians want say in marijuana bill. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. I am Lance Motley. Here's what's making news to this hour. The Augustus Long Hospital in Pointe-a-Pierre is to be transferred to an oncology center. This after it is released from Heritage Petroleum and the Ministry of Energy and brought under the fold of the Southwest Regional Health Authority. The announcement was made by Minister of Health Terence Dialsing at the opening of the $132 million San Fernando Parkade a short while ago. Addressing those gathering at the opening ceremony earlier, Minister Dialsing told of a coming oncology center in South Trinidad.
Cabinet has already sanctioned the transferring of the Augustus Long facility to Southwest RHE. And as we develop the delivery of services to Southwest and the people of South Trinidad, that Augustus Long will eventually be your new oncology center, where cancer patients can be treated in dignity. It will also include a palliative ward. So people at the end of life can say farewell to life and say farewell to friends and relatives in dignity, pain-free, surrounded by caring professionals of the Southwest RHA.
The health minister also promised the refurbishment of the San Fernando General Hospital.
Coming on the heels of that, it has been my dream as Minister of Health to see this heritage hospital, the old part, the heritage part, revitalized. And I am pleased to announce that under the PSIP, we have identified the funds, and under the Ministry of Rural Development, you are going to see in the coming year or two a total revitalization and upliftment of the old San Fernando Hospital. This facility is too precious to San Fernandians and the healthcare sector to leave it like this. We are not going to leave it like that.
He said the newly opened parkade will alleviate parking woes in the southern city.
As we account to the taxpayer for this project, we must let the public know that the project budget is $132,742,815.47. Yes, the 47 cents is important. But the project represents development of this campus. It will ease up the chronic parking problems that both staff and patients face on a daily basis.
The newly opened parkade is located at Kings Wharf, San Fernando. And the Ministry of Health and the North Central Regional Health Authority is today extending condolences to the family, friends, and co-workers of Mr. Marvin Safe. Mr. Safe was gunned down in the car park of the Arima Hospital around 7:10 a.m. yesterday. We are told Mr. Safe had just showed up for work and was parking his vehicle on the compound when he was attacked. Eyewitnesses say another man armed with a gun alighted another vehicle and opened fire on Mr. Safe. The assailant got back into the waiting car and sped off. Police were called to the scene. Mr. Safe was rushed to the emergency room but was pronounced dead a short time later. Today, a release from the Health Ministry says Mr. Safe was an employee of the NCRHA since 2020. Former police officer and attorney at law Wayne Hade comes to the defense of Minister Stuart Young in relation to the firearm issue. He says Minister Young did nothing wrong when he returned a legal firearm to the Commissioner of Police. The claim was first put into the public's domain by members of the opposition. Minister Young was questioned by the media on the subject but refused to comment last week. Dr. Hade, also known as the Watchman, lives abroad and works with the United Nations. He views the criticisms of the minister as mischief.
The amount of those firearms, I'm talking about the ones that can be classified as prohibited or at risk of being prohibited or have been adapted to turn into a prohibited weapon, meaning an automatic firearm, is more than 600. And some of those persons are members of the UNC party. And you know their names? Do you? Well, I know names too. So it means that Stuart Young did the correct thing by handing back in the firearm. Why don't you all go back to the members of your party and tell them to hand back in those firearms that they all got from under Gary Griffith's time? That is the problem here.
Dr. Hade, a former director at the United Nations, also accuses the former police commissioner Gary Griffith of being excessive in his distribution of firearm users' licenses.
Now that we know that over 600 of those firearms have been issued and some people have 4, not 1, 4. Why would somebody order rifles, AR-15s or M16s or whatever to protect themselves? How? They can't walk with it in the street. They can't put it down in their jockey shorts. They can't even put it in their handbags. So what are they doing with it? And why issue them 4? Some people will issue 29 firearms, 16. Hey, a member of the former member of the Police Service Commission got 7 for him and his wife. All that was under Gary's time. So it wasn't a case of arming the public. If it was a case of arming the public with the intent for them to protect themselves, one firearm is enough.
However, in an immediate response, Mr. Griffith describes Dr. Heed as a man scorned. Mr. Griffith believes Dr. Heed is still angry over losing the post of commissioner to a civilian.
The question needs to be asked, if you received a legitimate firearm from the commissioner of police, it was authentic, it was legal, and you had the authority to get it because it was a semi-automatic, nobody in the media has asked him why decide to hand it over all of a sudden. The only reason somebody will hand it over is if you realize that you may have done something in an irresponsible or an illegal manner that you realize now, I have to hand it over because I could get in trouble. And I'm not saying that he did, but certain weapons, when issued that are semi-automatic, can be changed to automatic. If that is done, that civilian would have broken the law. And Wade does not know what any civilian would have done to automatically jump on your Balize high horse to say that somebody did nothing wrong.
Mr. Griffith also tells News Center 5 there is a reason why one person may be granted multiple FULs.
To make a claim that someone got 29 FULs, well, then say the name of the person and show the type of weapons. Because over 78 persons acquired 4 more firearms before I was commissioner of police. If someone is a firearm trainer, he must have several different firearms. So someone may have over 10 different firearms because they're involved in competition. There are some who are also trainers. And if you're a trainer, you must have a SIG, you must have a Glock, you must have a Browning, so that the person will know the type of weapon he wants to select when he purchases the firearm from a dealer. So instead of Wade jumping on his bandwagon to make stupid comments in hope that he can escalate a situation and excite the public into believing lies, I challenge him to name the person who received this and then state the type of firearms.
News Center 5 attempted to make contact with Minister Stuart Young on the matter, but all efforts proved unsuccessful. A man is reportedly killed in a domestic dispute in Tobago. The deceased has been identified as Reynold Fraser. He was also known as Jaja. Reports say the incident took place in Betsy's Hope last night. This is said to be the 10th murder on the island so far this year. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service says its officers will soon be proficient in the Mandarin language. A release from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service says 25 of its officers are expected to bridge the gap and strengthen the relationship between the local Chinese community and the TTPS in a year-long cultural and language exchange program. The release says the initiative, which is the first of its kind in the Caribbean, was launched last Friday at Phu Tong on Association, Charlotte Street, Port of Spain. The TTPS says it will include in-person sessions facilitated and resourced by the Chinese Association. The release says it will cover speaking and cultural aspects and will engage frontline and specialized police officers throughout several units of the TTPS. Kevin Garcia has more.
The release says the program was initiated following meetings between the Commissioner of Police, Earl Hereward Christopher, the Provost of the Academy, Dr. Simon Alexis, and a representative of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Attaché Liu Wei, in May and July 2023. It says His Excellency Fang Chu, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the People's Republic of China, lauded the TTPS's leadership for its vision and commitment to strengthening the already established friendship of both nations. The TTPS says, Ambassador Chu said, the fact that the language class is the first of its kind in the Caribbean is a great symbol of the inclusiveness, diversity of the society, and the culture of Trinidad and Tobago, and a testament to the two countries' strong friendship. The release says the ambassador underscored the friendship has a long history, dating back 200 years ago when the first batch of Chinese arrived on the island, and half a century ago when both countries established diplomatic relations. He said this would go a long way in helping the Chinese feel valued and safe, knowing they would be better understood by law enforcement. Meanwhile, Commissioner Hereward Christopher said the TTPS is transforming the way in which it interacts and works with all stakeholders to improve quality of life. Commissioner Hereward Christopher told the participants they are the pioneers that strengthen relations between the TTPS and the members of the Chinese living and business community in Trinidad. Reporting for News Center 5, I am Kevin Garcia.
Regional news now. Rastafarians in the Bahamas want the government to give them greater say in what will go into the draft to legalize marijuana for religious purposes. They say so far what has been presented via legislation is too restrictive. If the legislation becomes law, the Rastafarian religion can apply for licenses to use marijuana for religious reasons. Public Relations Officer of the House of Rastafarian Bahamas, Brother Thompson, is saying even the places of worship are in some danger with what is being proposed by the government.
We feel that them trying to limit us to the sanctuary alone, that's like almost worse than how it is now. Because right now, most Rastafari do not live on the encampment. And we all have our own private homes where we conduct services and prayers amongst our family, and we use our sacrament. There's also confined spaces and private spaces where we would have meetings with one or two others, even secluded spaces. They say if we were to go to the beach and hold a meditation and hold a reverence on the beach, you understand? Not to say we want to do it in public, but to say in a secluded space, in a secluded area.
The legislation is also suggesting that those convicted under the Dangerous Drugs Act should be prohibited from acquiring a license. Rastafarian priest Richmond McKinney yesterday said that is unfair.
The Caribbean and government official like in the Netherlands and St. Kitts, Antigua and Bermuda, where the Prime Minister Gladstone Brown apologized to the Rastaman and give the Rastaman a full stake within the cannabis industry. So we're still waiting, or we're still in consultation with the government to see how far or how complete the government will give us the full rights to deliver not only the sacrament but being a part of the industry.
The community is grateful to the Philip Davis administration for reaching this far, but it wants an apology from the state for the way its members have been treated over the years. And that's the news to this hour. Here's another look at the highlights as we go. $132 million parkade opened in San Fernando. Government says it was under budget. Ministry of Health extends condolences on the death of man in hospital car park attack. Domestic dispute in Tobago turns fatal. Dead is Reynold Fraser, also known as Jaja. And Bahamas Rastafarians want say in marijuana bill. Stay with us. We'll have another newscast for you coming up at 6 o'clock this evening.
News Center 5, live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio.
Calling all single ladies.
All the single ladies. All the single ladies.
Getting married soon?
Now put your hands up.
Well, this is for you. Amber Media Productions and Studio One Photo Center invites you and your fiance to the Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th at Signature Hall, Chaguanas from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's one full day of giveaways, samples, live entertainment, and much, much more. With free wedding cakes, free wedding venue, free photography, and lots of discounts for your wedding. Register online at ambermediatt.com. That's AMBERMEDIATT.com. Or call 359-5448 or 359-5452 for more info. The Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th, Republic Day weekend. Signature Hall, Chaguanas. Don't miss it.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
Bagel Jam is back. Get ready to revel in paradise. Thursday, 31st August, Shore Park Complex. Independence celebrations meets the launch of Tobago Carnival in Bagel Jam. Bagel Jam. With a star-studded cast, Super Blue, Iowa, Johnny King, Pretty, Sherwayne Winchester, Stephanie Joseph, Tam Tam, Gerard Balfour, and featuring the Viking and Vi-Queen of Soca, Bunji Garlin and Fayan Lyons. Welcome. Gates open 5:30 p.m. For more information, visit the Welcome to Tobago Facebook and Instagram page. Tickets $161 and sold online only at Weetix.com or visit Show Park Cultural Complex 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. On Independence Night, the Tobago Carnival begins. Come revel in paradise at Bago Jam.
I never come here for no stand up. Hey, hey, hey. Play way, it's a numbers thing. It's a numbers thing. Play way, it's a numbers thing. See them all around, so start playing. Looking at me watch it's 10 past 10. In the elevator, I'm pressing 7. Line up a road, I stand up behind a man in a Jersey Mark 29. Watching some TV on the big screen. I change any channel to number 14. It's a numbers thing every day. Just look for them, play and win, we play way. Numbers are all around us. Just look for them, play them, and win easy money with Playway. Players must be 18 years and over. Please play responsibly.
When I trip for water, Disney World, trip for tutor, CPL, this Java with digital win ting. Welcome to 50 days of Java. 50 days to win plenty. 50 days of Java. When ice skating and modeling. Like free costumes, try for Yuma, PlayStation 5, yeah, you could win that with 50 days of Java. Win more with Digicel.
Win big with Digicel's 50 Days of Java promotion. Dial *323 # or check the My Digicel app to find out more. Digicel, better connected.
August 30th, the night before the holiday. We're ending Steel Pan Month with a bang. Call your crew and join us at BP Renegades Panyard for Represent. The Independence Fete. Representing your national colors and come party with the Queen of Bacchanal, Destra, and a full band, the Water Lord, Iowa George, Temperature, the band, Urban Alps, Pretty, Saki, and 2023 National Panorama Champions, BP Renegades. We've got soca, we've got pan, we've got brass. Tickets available at Renegades Panyard and online at islandetickets.com. Gates open at 8 p.m. Cool us in before 9. Follow BP Renegades on social media for more info. The night before the holiday. Be part of the epic celebration at Represent, the Independence Fete. See you there.
Are you in pain? Curamin is the answer. Curamin doesn't just mask pain. It gets to the source and stops your pain all without damage. And it is non-addictive. Get Curamin now. Available at all leading pharmacies and health food stores nationwide.
Divas Calypso Cabaret International invites the nation to display national pride as we celebrate 50 years of soca. 50 years of soca. The Lord Shorty Testimony on August 30th, 2023 at the Central Bank Auditorium from 8 p.m. featuring the music of Garfield Blackman, Lord Shorty, Rash Shorty I.
The old Indian chick. She's so bony, skinny like a whip.
Get your tickets at $200. Available from all members of Divas, Athletes by the Park, and Crosby St. James, or call 680-7722. Come celebrate 50 years of soca. The Lord Shorty Testimony. Be there. Powered by I-95.5 FM.
Calling all sport clubs, sport groups, and sport serving bodies. Are you registered with the Ministry of Sport and Community Development? The Ministry of Sport and Community Development invites all sport clubs, sport groups, and sport serving bodies within our communities to register with the ministry as we work towards developing sport in Trinidad and Tobago. To register, visit mscd.gov.tt, our social media platforms, or call 625-6088, extension 6109. Register your sport organization today and let's build our sports sector together. Powered by the Physical Education and Sport Division of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development.
Digicel presents 50 Days of Java. So get ready to catch some flights, win a trip for 4 to Disneyland, or a trip for 2 to the CPL finals. Purchase a 30-day plan, pay your bill, or sign up for a postpaid plan for your chance to win.
Romance Darlings Independence Brunch. It's time for Hats Off to You, TNT, with Romance Darlings the Orchestra. Join us for our annual Independence Brunch on August 31st, 2023 at the Romance Darling House of Music. Celebrate our nation's 65th Independence Day with mouth-watering cuisine, electrifying live entertainment, and a chance to win fabulous prizes for the best dressed patriot and the most creative act. Tickets are only $300. Check our socials for more info. For tickets, call 687-3263 or 299-5136. Let's make this Independence Day unforgettable.
August 30th, the night before the holiday. We're ending Steel Band Month with a bang. Call your crew and join us at BP Renegades Vineyard for Represent. The Independence Fete, representing your national colors, and come party with the Queen of Bacchanal, Destra, and a full band, the Water Lord, Iowa George, Temperature, the Band, Urban Alps, Pretty, Saki, and 2023 National Panorama Champions. BP Renegades. We've got soca, we've got pan, we've got brass. Tickets available at Renegades Vineyard and online at islandetickets.com. Gates open at 8 p.m. Cool us in before 9. Follow BP Renegades on social media for more info. The night before the holiday. Be part of the epic celebration at Represent, the Independence Fete. See you there.
Come show your support at Joie de Vie for our sister in entertainment, Carla Gonzalez, as she faces medical challenges. Enjoy a night of incredibly eclectic musical genres with Vonnet Bigfoot, Theron Shaw, Carl Beaver Henderson, Heather McIntosh, Dean Williams, Leandra, First Class, Prophet Benjamin, Charmaine Ford, Three Canal, and all of their friends. Queen's Hall, Friday, September the 1st. Tickets $300. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. Joie de Vie, for the love of Carla Gonzalez.
Tickets available at Crosby, St. James, Kenny Sports, Port of Spain, West Mall, and Trinity Mall, Queens Hall, Mott's, Liquor Palace, Diego Martin, and online at islandetickets.com.
Bless, what's going on? Where you going, Zoe?
Tim, what do you mean why going? I am going to the annual back to school sale at NXS. Let me tell you something, everybody. It's high quality, authentic back to school sneakers in full stock. And when we say high quality and authentic, we mean the real deal. It's Air Force One, Air Max 90s, Reebok, Adidas, Stan Smith, Puma with lacing and Velcro strap for kids. They have K-Swiss and the latest 2023 real spray ground bags. Not no fake spray ground, you know. The real spray ground. Top quality thing. Free stationery to kick off the new school year in style.
Oh, nice thing, boy.
And always remember, knowledge is power and education is freedom, my friend. Don't forget that. So we head into NXS for everything for back to school. Every single thing authentic. Come on.
Hi, buddy. What are you going on? You go bring back a little sneakers to me. I mean, bring sneakers. Watch my eyes, not my eyes with you, you know.
In excess, above the rest.
I-95.5 FM, Red 96.7 FM, and W107.1 FM gives you a September payback. September payback. That's right, TNT. We're giving you the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. Yeah, you heard right. Get listed, and you can stand in our payback booth and grab over $10,000 in cash and prizes from all our sponsors. Parents, guardians, anyone who may just need that extra cash, this is for you. Listen out for this sound. September payback. Quickly give us a call at 622-3937. Heavy access phrase, September payback. Make it rain. And just like that, you're listed for the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. We know times are hard, so we're giving back. It's the September payback. September payback. This is your time to win. Please note, Qualifiers can only be listed once. September Payback is brought to you by KFC, JMMB Bank, Dedicated Real Estate Services Limited, Universal Cereal, and Comfort Inn.
Getting you through your afternoon. You're inside the 95 Afternoon Drive on I-95.5 FM.
September Payback. September Payback.
Well, you all know the drill. You all know what you have to do. You know you have to do the right thing. Yeah, it's all about this big September Payback promotion right here on the most influential name in radio. It's 28 after 5. I'm alongside Mr. Darian Marcel.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and before we take those calls, we'd like to say special thanks to our sponsors, KFC, JMMB Bank, Dedicated Real Estate Services Limited, Universal Cereals, Comfort Inn, and of course, the most influential name in radio, I-95. So ready to head to the phone lines. Don't forget the access phrase. The first 3 correct access phrase, you're inside. Good afternoon.
Yeah. You get cracking.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good day to you.
Inside.
Yes. September Payback. Make it rain.
Make it rain. And your name, sir?
Keith.
Keith. Okay, you're going to have to send me the information via WhatsApp. Do you have the WhatsApp number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do so right now. Okay.
Inside, Keith.
Keith, you're inside. Thank
Bless.
you for calling. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
Walk
sir.
one.
September Payback, get it right.
Oh, my gosh, you need to get it right. Get it right.
He didn't get it right.
Get it right.
Oh my God.
Oh, God.
Failure, boy. Failure. Failure, boy.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Are you there? Good afternoon. You're not there. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
September Payback. Make it rain.
Make it rain. That's what we're talking about. And your name? What's your name?
Winifred.
Winnie.
Get our name
You're gonna
now.
have to send your.
Winifred,
You're
boy.
gonna have to send your information via the WhatsApp for us right now.
Okay.
Do you have the WhatsApp number?
Yeah.
Okay then.
Okay,
Thank you.
Winifred, you
We
inside.
have Winnie. Thank you. And now it's our final caller. Once you have the correct access. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Walk one.
September Payback. Make it rain.
And your name?
Well, you get it
Janet.
right.
I didn't get that clearly.
Janet.
Janet.
Yeah, what is your WhatsApp number?
774-4955.
Okay.
Hi, Janet.
Do you have
Thank
that?
you.
Do you have that,
welcome,
Miss Janet?
Janet.
Do you have that? 774-4955.
Yes, I got it.
Perfect.
Okay, baby girl.
She got it.
She's got it.
She got it.
She got it.
Okay, so we are waiting your information, winners or qualifiers via, WhatsApp.
Remember, that's what you have to do, so don't blame nobody. Yeah?
Yes. So you have right now to do so. 774-4955. It's all about the big September Payback promotion right here on the most influential name in radio and our sister station W107.1 and Red 96.7 FM. Special thanks once again goes out to our sponsors, KFC, the JMMB Bank, Dedicated Real Estate Services Limited, Universal Cereals, Comfort Inn, and you, the qualifiers. Thank you all so much. And don't forget, it's all about this.
I-95.5 FM, Red 96.7 FM, and W107.1 FM gives you a September Payback. September Payback. That's right, TNT. We're giving you the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. Yeah, you heard right. Get listed, and you can stand in our payback booth and grab over $10,000 in cash and prizes from all our sponsors, parents, guardians, anyone who may just need that extra cash. This is for you. Listen, September Payback. Make it rain. And just like that, you're listed for the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. We know times are hard, so we're giving back. It's the September Payback. September Payback. This is your time to win. Please note, qualifiers can only be listed once. September Payback is brought to you by
KFC, JMMB Bank, Dedicated Real Estate Services Limited, Universal Cereal, and Comfort Inn.
This is the 95 Afternoon Drive with Darian Marcel on the Eye.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It's 5:33, 5 o'clock. And we are in the last hour. If you were listening and you were tuned in, you'd be aware that we had a pre-broadcast, live broadcast on San Fernando, yes, down in South, with the opening of the parkade in the vicinity of the hospital. Work done by UDCOD project, and we had the Minister of Health and, of course, the Member of Parliament for San Fernando West, Mr. Faris Alwari, talking about the project and other projects identified to be done and is being done in San Fernando. So get the news about what is happening. All I can tell you is this, right? And I'm talking about Trinidad and Tobago. It have one set of what going on in this country. Projects, swimming pool building, road building, highway building, all kind of thing happening. Hospital, and many of it is a secret. People don't know. People don't even know what's going on in their own constituencies where they live in, because the government, the PNM government, as usual, poor PR, poor communication, poor PR. Like they feel because it's building, people gonna know. Like they feel because people talk about it, they talk about it once, people gonna know. They continue to make the same mistake they make every time, and it's beating their downfall because people don't know what happened. There are programs going on. It's a secret. So they talk about it once, they put it in the papers once, they launch it once. That's it. Nobody don't know. What is it they're doing? They're doing that thing happening. I'm tired talk. I'm tired. So I not talking no more. I just tired talk about this poor element of the way this government is operate. Not for the first time. They don't put out the work they're doing. So it make the news once. So suppose people miss the news. So you ain't kind of see it again. You're not getting it from before, during, and after shots, and carrying it and incorporating the people in the communities, and you know what I mean? Promote the thing, promote the work. Because you're doing it because you need it to be done, yes. But the people who have to elect you and put you there want to know what is being done. Keep updating them, keep reminding them, keep putting it in their face. They can't say they don't know. But what they don't understand that. I don't talk. Let me spend time doing something else this afternoon. I done with the chopper talk. I going back to talk about my independence as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, and I want you to join the conversation, right? And I started it yesterday. I want to continue it today because we need to celebrate our independence. And celebrating for me is not just one day. So it happened, and them fellas march in the savannah, and we get a day off, and all about all as well. Not all, because there are plenty business in this country who would put up nothing for Christmas, for independence. They don't care. They don't care. They just don't care. However, so whoever has put it up, you go through town and in some places and you go see some paraphernalia and thing, and some of the stations go play a little patriotic song and on the day, and that is that. But that is not what it is about. It is much more than that. It must mean something to all of us, not just the holiday, I do recognize that there are some people, if you drive through town on the day or the day before, you would see some people wearing something red or something red, white, and black, yes. But it's insufficient. I think as citizens, we need to do a lot more. And it has to start home. It has to start home in your house. That's how I see it. I laugh if you check out what's going on in the US. If you be going and living out there, they just celebrate the 4th of July, because it kind of, how you use that term, it is kind of catchier the way that the US just do it. But let me not stop with the US. Jamaica is my excellent example. Jamaicans, wherever they are, they're patriotic, they love the country, they don't hesitate to wear the colors, You must know that a Jamaican business somewhere because you've seen the green, white, green, yellow, and black. But we don't operate that way. We don't operate that way as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And with this narrative, I'm not even sure Tobago going and celebrate independence, because Fali have a problem with how this society has evolved. I don't comment on Fali right now. But Trinidad and those Tobagonians who care, what does independence mean to you? We would have just had a broadcast where the discussion was development of San Fernando, additional parking space, waterfront development, new market, this, that, and the other. But what does independence mean to you as a citizen of Trinidad? If Tobagonians want to comment, feel free, because I don't know how all they feel before they even celebrate or recognize this independence. Because you will say, but it's Trinidad get independence, not Tobago. We looking for we independence now. But all they could go look for that. All they could look for that. I see all the leader forcing Trinidadians to stay out of Tobago because nobody ain't going to embarrass me, But I'm going to talk that today. Not today. I want to talk about more important things. How call us at 622-3937. And that includes nationals abroad, wherever you are. Tell us, call us, and let's share. What does independence mean to you as a citizen in Trinidad and Tobago or of Trinidad and Tobago today? Don't go and tell me nothing about Eric Williams and things. We know that. I want to know what it means to you today in Trinidad and Tobago. Cameron, give me a little patriotic music in the background for them. Let me help them stimulate the thought. Call us. So Marcel and Ned said, Darian, we here in Tobago is celebrating. We look forward to it every year. We come out in red, white, and black, and the fireworks. I hear you, Marceline. I hear you. But what I hearing louder coming out of Tobago is Tobago don't want Tobago to follow Trinidad. And Tobago looking for their own independence. So I don't know. I'm not hearing any other voices in Tobago saying otherwise. So I'm getting the impression that they're speaking for all of Tobago. I just said, I don't want to get into that conversation now. Not today. Let me just talk about those of us living here today and wherever else you are as a Trinidadian and Tobagonian. What does independence mean to you? Let's take a call.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Gary Marcel, welcome back again. Cameron?
Sir.
It's Cameron, right?
Yes, brother.
What's up, bro? Yeah, Gary Marcel, you know that's a very good question you asked there, bro. My opinion. That's a very wonderful question. What independence mean to me? Gary Marcel, independence mean to me the potential that we have developed as a people. Gary Marcel, you see that steel pan belonging to us? That is independence, Darren Marcel. Darren Marcel, you see the people who get loaded and applauded in international universities from Trinidad and Tobago across the board, across the divide. That is independence to me, Dara Marcel. You see, resisting all this set at don't stop. Oh, Lord. Damn. I tell you, this is a good question. The ability to resist the stupidness that it have out there. People encouraging people to do all kind of negative things because let me don't call me, right? Because the government again, you see the ability to resist that, and I want to laud and applaud the youths and them who ignore this and they hold independent thought and they find themselves into the line of productivity and development of Trinidad and Tobago. Marcel, thanks for this question. I'm going to now, you know.
Thanks, brother.
Marcel, it is so beautiful. I know it have negativities. I know it have bullets in the country that we pretending we don't know where it come from. I know it have assault rifles in the country we pretending where it come from, and we know what they're doing and we know who encouraging it. But there are many things to celebrate. I would say thanks to the youth who fill up these spaces, who ignore the negativities, who have independence of thought to know that they have to be positive and productive in this country.
Thank you very much. Luan Francis says, the independence means freedom from colonial rule. Being patriotic to my country, its national signs and symbols and its culture. Mr. Seret was talking about earlier, Christopher Seret spoke about it might be because of a lot of the negatives being promoted about the country, in the country by media and social media and so on, that we lose touch with the sensitive, positive nature of independence. Good afternoon, caller.
Hey, good afternoon, Darian.
What's going on?
Welcome back, boy. Hope you enjoy your little rest and reflect on stuff.
Right, but let me say this, I'm glad you raised that this way. I am off again from today. And right until next week. So nothing happened to me. They didn't fire me. Well, they can fire me in my absence, but they didn't fire me. I just have to go on projects that I'm given responsibility for, right? Right. So I just say I ain't gonna be here until next week Wednesday. Go ahead. I want nobody call. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon, Cameron. So where Darian, you're going on? As a patriot, I like to talk about things on the ground. I went to the eye clinic, Caribbean and the world to have free health care, right? And then leave with eye drops after seeing eye specialists, where people could go and access that free, from education to health to sport to construction, you name it. And I met a lady there, right? An elderly who lived 40-something years in America. And she can't walk in a hospital and get no free health care.
You telling me? You telling
So
me?
she gave me a whole lecture. And she told me, and you have to have insurance.
Yeah.
And insurance only covering 80%. You still have to fork out money out of your pocket. So we have to understand how fortunate we are as a people to hold side by side and toe to toe and understand that things ain't going to be as perfect. Nothing is perfect in the world, and sometimes there will be issues that you have to raise your voice.
Of course.
But we have all our socially as well too. I don't know if you're following what's going on in Argentina right now, Darian, those countries had independence before us. Right now, Argentina inflation rate is 130%.
Yeah.
Right now, what the professional protesters was asking for in Trinidad, and the sycophantic, the sycophants that always opposing in Argentina right now, there are grocery stores invasions all over Argentina for food, because there are no food for people to eat. So people are storming groceries and supermarkets all over Argentina, stealing foods. We don't have that here because we have a great social network, because what we have placed our energy sector, we have took our resources and we didn't take it and we put it to use. So we have to be glad for what we have. Yes, there are issues, but I am happy to be a Trinidadian and not living in Argentina right now, where a whole set of people stand up outside, the whole military outside all the groceries, because people just raiding groceries looking for food.
Thanks
So
for your
Darius,
call.
thank God for being a Trinidadian. I love you.
Thanks for your call. What does independence mean to you in Trinidad and Tobago 2023? Well, while we wait for the next call, you have a call?
Yeah, your phone lines are blazing.
Take it. Take the call, man. They will take the call. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, Cameron. Good afternoon, Darius.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, as a Trinidadian and Tobagonian living in Toronto, Canada, I show my patriotism anywhere I go in Canada. Here up living. Even now, I print that T-shirt. It has the coat of arms in front, and on it, together we aspire, together we achieve. And when anybody asks about Trinidad and Tobago, I say we have the world famous Beach Lake, right? We have so many things that I can tell them about, right? And you know one thing, people, we talk about making the pan a national instrument. We need to do that. On a flag I have, Trinidad and Tobago flag, I printed the pan on that flag. And from tomorrow, I'll be hanging in front of my house.
You know that is illegal, right? You know what you do there is illegal, right?
What?
You got to face the flag.
Well,
I'm just telling you that it's illegal. You can't deface the national flag.
No, well, I understand that, but seeing that I'm a patriot.
No, yeah. But being a patriot, you can't break the law still, eh? But I'm just saying, I understand what you're attempting to showcase, but I'm just saying, you can't deface the flag. That's illegal.
Right, I know. But however, I did do that, but what happened? But however, I am a patriot.
I know that.
Right? And Trinidad and Tobago means a lot to me. And I mean, as I said, anybody, I went to the National Youth Camp. Went to National Youth Camp of Trinidad and Tobago, Shagamat, for Shagamat Youth Camp. And Trinidad and Tobago did a lot for me. And I personally could never disrespect my country or be ashamed to say I am from Trinidad and Tobago. So all who want to come away here and don't pretend that is not from Trinidad and Tobago, I, Mr. Toronto, is a patriot of Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm proud of my country. And I was sitting here just now. I just come to my mind, Mr. Harvey Boris, if you listen, so the word that come from your mouth, I love my country.
Thanks for your call. Yeah, man. Fillmore, Celia saying that is not illegal. I was of the Mr. Fillmore or Fillmore Sealy. I was told that you can't deface the flag. First of all, it must have a specific size to be recognized as a national flag. There are clear dimensions and guidelines how the color's supposed to flow, and all of those things. And you can't put anything on the flag. Yeah. So those are the facts that I know of. If you know more than me,
I think Keith is saying just was because I think because he's in Canada, and so he will.
No, that's what the guy said. Yeah. But if it's the national flag, you can't take the U.S. flag.
No.
And
you can't remove one of the stars.
No, you can't. You know what I mean? It's so I don't know. That's what I know as always the law. You can't defeat it, right? Let's take another call. I want to tell you what I believe to me is
after this call.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
A very good afternoon, sir. A very good afternoon.
Happy independence in advance of Trinidad and Tobago. Red, white, and black to do. I want to say something. I want to make mention of two things real quick. As a member of the Defense Force, I am proud that our Defense Force Steel Orchestra just came back from Scotland with a contingent. And I would let you know, because some people don't know, that the Defense Force has the only marching band in the world that has the steel drum as a part of its quartet.
So the police don't have that in Trinidad, yeah?
The only military marching band.
Okay, you were clear. You're now clearer, yes.
Right? So the only military marching band in the world that has that, and we've represented outside of this country, red, white, and black. There's a video that is circulating with them in Scotland and so on and so forth. And
that's something that for me has me proud.
Somebody
also,
sent me a video of it, and you all were well received.
That's it. Also, right now we also have the top football team in the country is from the Defense Force. You know, so apart from these guys serving and working, they also
So your pride is not in independence and Trinidad and Tobago, is in the Defense Force.
It is in the Defense Force, which also is a part of Red, White, and Black. So I'm just bringing a different perspective as to, for me, where a certain level of my pride is, because I have enjoyed being a part of Trinidad and Tobago, being a son of the soil and all of its parts. But I just wanted to bring
highlight the successes of the armies.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate that.
I will tell you something, Mr. Darian Marcel. We have so much negativity when it comes to our young people, and especially persons in protective services. So I just wanted to pick up the guys.
You know, I'll say this. I'll say this right to you. Our Defense Force is there, and many people, I don't know how they arrive at this narrative. Well, we are our Defense Force, they don't do nothing. It is there. I don't understand what the role of the Defense Force is for. The Army. The Army is for in the event of, and to provide other services to protect and ensure that the event of don't happen. But for people participating and are members of the Defense Force, 99.99999% of those individuals, based on their training and experience, they are really good citizens, and many of them give human service in many different areas apart from the fundamental reason why they're in the Army. And I must say, and the Coast Guard.
That's the thing, Darian Marcel. Just had a call out talk about the youth camps.
Yeah.
We have MyLab, CCC. We have even the swimming pools, the 3 swimming pools that are run by Defense Force members. They are doing human service in our communities. So apart from what you would see with camouflage and blue and weapons and so on and so forth, we do a remarkable work.
Yes, you do. And creates and also the Army also creates a lot of good opportunities in terms of the line of for young men and women. Thanks for your call. Phil Morsili, I think you need to get the rules, you know. How you gonna ask how it's illegal? It is illegal by the law. Definition of the law, it is illegal. So get the facts, go and read the law and see what it says. I'm not debating here. Clearly, you don't understand. I just want to identify for me one of the major pillars in recent times that gave me a sense of pride as a citizen of this independent nation, Trinidad and Tobago. And I would have said it before on numerous occasions, but let me point it out to you. You see, between 2020 and 2022, when the world was stricken with COVID-19, Trinidad and Tobago was recognized by the World Health Organization as the #1 country as we adjust our protocols on COVID and so on, and how we handle the situation. And all the people who were involved in managing this COVID-19 epidemic in Trinidad and Tobago, whether it be doctors, nurses, technocrats, whoever, they were all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Born here, trained here, educated here, working here. They were all of citizens of. We didn't have to fly nobody from old England or Spain or France or anybody to guide. We had to have shaped with protocols and so on. And there have been many other instances, but I want to put it on the table for you. I want to put it on the table for you as a signature occasion of the power of what we have achieved as an independent nation. Don't take it for granted. Don't take it for granted, because it was not always like this. It wasn't always like this. You understand? And somebody used to sit down somewhere in London and tell the governor who they handpick what can be done and shouldn't be done, and who to put where and so on. And they will send down the people and they'll occupy the best jobs and making decisions for us, when all they know is what happens in the US, in England. So I'm proud. Give me something to go now, boy. Give me something now.
Well, if you're proud, well, that...
Give me something. Oh, Lord. Take one more call. But you gotta be short, eh? Go take your call, you gotta be short, eh? I want to enjoy music. Good afternoon. Be short.
Good afternoon, Darren.
Good afternoon.
Cameron.
Good afternoon.
In addition to what was said about independence by previous callers, for me, independence means that you should be free to interdependently conduct your affairs with other countries without being interdicted, prohibited, hindered by policies of another country, or who has the strength to tell you what you should do, who you should do it with. And if you don't, we are going to prevent you from using our dollars, or we're going to heavily sanction you to starve your country until you conform. That is a problem.
I hear you, but that's how the world is, and that's what we have allowed to happen. Thanks for your call. Hey, on here. Jump out. Give me. Yes. Say something. Yes.
All man strive to be happy. Relentless search for luxury. In search of peace and happiness, the human mind wouldn't rest. A constant knock within we soul, demanding respect from the world. We get the urge in different form, but luxury is the norm. Money is very essential. But can't buy peace of mind at all. We still like dogs without a bone. If we have the money alone.
That's Patricia.
Happiness all the time. Because important. If we are trying to live, everyone's on the hunt. Every man ought to give generously.
Good. But I off again on national.
What boy?
Yeah, but
You get fired again tomorrow?
Yeah, until next Wednesday. I'm going. Hard work again.
Have a great one.
Yeah, but happy independence to you.
Same to you and your
and to all
family.
of Trinidad and Tobago. Be good. Have a good one. We're going to do Center 5 at 6 with none other than
Kevin Garcia.
Yeah.
Some wealthy men turn to suicide.
This is the 95 Afternoon Drive with Darian Marcel on the Eye.
I don't feel like a king.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio. I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at 6.
Opening of San Fernando Parque described as a landmark achievement. Trinidad and Tobago signs Memorandum of Understanding with India on Digitech. Studley Park, Tobago to be made more efficient. And in Russia, private funeral held for Wagner chief Prigozhin in St. Petersburg. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Now with the news in detail, I am Kevin Garcia. The San Fernando Parkade is hailed as a landmark project under the Dr. Keith Rowley-led administration. Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, Faris Al-Arawi, delivered the feature address at the opening of the facility today. He spoke on behalf of Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, who was originally carded to deliver the address. Mr. Al-Arawi said the project came in under budget.
It starts with your vantage point. We are facing the serene waters of the Gulf of Paria. You can see Farallon Rock to my right, to your left. You can see the makings of land reclamation, which is just to my left, your right. And standing here on a project that was brought in under budget. This project was intended by Cabinet to cost $140 million. We've crossed $132 odd and 47 cents, that important 47 cents, which represents a savings to the taxpayer.
The Member of Parliament for San Fernando West told of his vision for the development of the area.
I've already started discussions as Minister of Rural Development and Local Government with our incoming mayor about creating a virtually gated community and series of communities in the city of San Fernando. Why? You have 2 entrances into Gulfview. You have 2 entrances into the Marabella train line. You have 2 entrances, depending upon the way you go, into Pleasantville. You have 2 entrances, 3 in Bel Air. You have 2 entrances in St. Joseph Village. Are we therefore not capable of putting cameras at all of these entryways, having virtually gated communities, allowing our municipal police that operate under the hand of the Ministry of Local Government?
Mr. Arawi told of the role of municipal police in treating with crime.
And ladies and gentlemen, permit me to publicly acknowledge municipal police done differently, as you saw in Port of Spain. There was an attempted robbery in Port of Spain. 10 men brandishing arms and cutlasses went to rob businessmen. They were met by the municipal police. 2 shot, 3 arrested, crime scattered. Not the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service folks, the Trinidad and Tobago Municipal Police Service. And that is why the government said that local government reform was so critical. Why? Because it is the universe of all of our laws.
The project was managed by the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited. A memorandum of understanding is signed between Trinidad and Tobago and India in the areas of digital transformation and information and communications technology. The MOU was signed by Minister of Digital Transformation Hassel Bacchus during what the ministry describes as a strategic visit to India from August 6th to 11th, 2023. A release from MDT says the purpose was to advance bilateral cooperation, and the long-term goal is to strengthen Trinidad and Tobago's position in the global e-governance arena. It adds the MOU will facilitate bilateral cooperation and the exchange of experiences and digital technology-based solutions between the 2 countries. The ministry says a significant outcome of the MOU is that it allows for the sharing of IndiaStack, India's collection of public solutions and services that facilitate digital identity, data, and payment services on a massive scale. The release quotes India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi as saying that with the help of IndiaStack, countries that are behind in digital transformation can climb up the digitalization ladder rapidly and transform their economies and governance. The ministry says the partnership with India transcends beyond mere adoption of technology, but into a transferal of expertise, experience, and lessons learned as Trinidad and Tobago forges towards a digital future. New changes are announced for the Studley Park Enterprises Limited to make it more efficient. The company has been the subject of much discussion from time to time in the Tobago space, but newly appointed chairman of the board at SPEL Ashwood Jack says things will soon change.
Still, unfortunately, is a dry weather operation. The reason for that being, once the material is soaked, it clogs the screen and stuff like that, so you can't crush the material when it is soaked. I can't understand for the life of me why, after all these years, we have not found a solution to keep materials dry. we are in the process of, where we are now finishing the designs, to build a shed large enough to hold between 7,000 and 9,000 tons of crushable material. So when the rain falls, that material will not be soaked. And so probably between 20 minutes to half an hour after the rain ceases, we can start back to crush material.
The estimated cost of the shed is $3 million. Speaking with members of the media yesterday, Mr. Jack revealed plans to improve overall efficiency at the company.
We are also looking at how we can sell more armored rock of all sizes. And part of the problem is not the demand, but the length of time it takes to sort it. And so we are looking at how we sort the material long before the request is made. So if we sort the material by the armored rock by size, just as is done with the aggregate, when a client comes, the client can, if they want armored rock 1 to 2 tons, 2 to 5 tons, it will be a lot easier to load. So it costs the client less and it costs us less time.
He also pointed to new ways the company can earn money.
The intention is to move spell to a place where everything on spell has a value. Even the overburden that we cut off, which is the trees and things that we have to remove, we want to ensure that that also has a value. To that end, we have initiated some conversation with the Secretary of Food Production, the Division of Agriculture and Chipper, that have not been used for about 4 or 5 years. So I've initiated some discussion with Mr. Ante for all the overburden, the trees and stuff like that, to be used to make the chipwood that you see. They use at the base of plants and all that. So they buy it and do that. That is not the only place you can produce material for that. All the overhangings that is cut by works and agriculture and stuff, that material should not really be wasted.
Upon assuming office earlier this year, Mr. Jack said he inquired as to why the company was purchasing sharp sand but got no response. He said SPEL was now producing its own sharp sand, so much so that it can now sell to the public.
So much speculation.
2 persons are arrested as police discover and seize arms and ammunition in the North Central Division. A statement from the TTPS says the finds were made overnight. In the latest gun seizure, officers of the North Central Division Task Force intercepted a Hyundai Elantra motor vehicle along Massey Street, Valsayn at around 11:30 p.m. Police say there were 3 male occupants. One of the suspects got out of the vehicle and was able to escape while the other 2 were held. Police say while searching the vehicle, they found a Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol, 2 magazines, and 31 rounds of ammunition. The suspects, a 34-year-old Arima man and a 32-year-old from Valencia, were arrested in connection with the find. Investigations are ongoing. And the TTPS says 3 persons arrested in connection with firearm-related offenses appeared before the magistrate's court yesterday. 2 of them were denied bail and remanded when they appeared before a Couva magistrate. They were charged with multiple offenses, including wounding with intent and possession of firearm and ammunition to endanger life. The TTPS says 34-year-old Kevin Kalicharan and 25-year-old Kavita Kalicharan were detained following a report of wounding with intent and possession of firearm and ammunition arising out of an alleged shooting incident in the Freeport district. Their matter was adjourned to September 22nd, 2023. Also, the TTPS says 50-year-old Anthony Modest of Freeport pleaded not guilty to charges of possession of firearm and possession of ammunition when he appeared before Couva magistrate yesterday. He was denied bail and remanded. His matter was adjourned to September 22nd, 2023. And to some news now outside of Trinidad and Tobago, Wagner Group Chief Yevgeny Prigozhin is laid to rest at a private funeral near St. Petersburg, Russia, a week after he died in a plane crash, according to his press service. His press service said Prigozhin was buried in a private ceremony outside his home city of St. Petersburg. The Kremlin said President Vladimir Putin would not attend the funeral of his former ally. Services were also held for other leaders of the mercenary group who the Kremlin says were killed in a plane crash last Wednesday. They included senior deputy of Wagner's head of logistics, Valery Chekalov. Journalist Yulia Shapovalova reports.
And only his closest friends and family were present. Around 40 people were present there. The press service of Prigozhin invited all those wishing to say goodbye and bid their farewell to visit Porokhovskoye Cemetery in St. Petersburg. That makes us presume that Prigozhin was buried there, the Porokhovskoye Cemetery. There his father is also buried. As he had the title of the hero of Russia, he was supposed to be buried with military honors, but we understand that none of that actually happened.
And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 6 o'clock. As we go, here's another look at the headlines. Opening of San Fernando Parque described as a landmark achievement. Trinidad and Tobago
Brown, and this is Sankush, a delicious melee of Caribbean people, food, and craft. I'm here on Charlotte Street, which is where you'll find one of the largest proliferations of Chinese supermarkets and shops anywhere in Trinidad. And that's because after the period of indentureship, the Chinese literally set up shop in areas like this. So we'll be learning a lot more about that and making some fantastic Chinese food in this episode. So come and join me. 2006 will mark 200 years since the Chinese first arrived in Trinidad. That initial migration of 1806 was a colonial experiment in settlement, which was almost an entire failure. The idea behind it was that the Chinese settlers would be a trading bridge between the East and Latin America. All of the 200 or so men that arrived were given free passage to return to China should they not like Trinidad. And as it goes, mostly they didn't. So by the 1810s, there were barely more than 24 of that original group left. It was the first organized settlement of Chinese in the Americas. The second group of Chinese came to Trinidad after the abolition of slavery as indentured laborers. Chinese peasants in Guangdong and Fujian provinces would have seized the opportunity to flee China during the turbulent years of the Taiping Rebellion. Historian Wally Luklai explains.
Guangdong and Fujian, which are in South China, Southeast China,
were the places which traditionally have been most accustomed to the arrival of foreign traders, going as far back as the Arabs and the Indians and so on. While the imperial court up in the north was concerned with its own affairs, they tried to leave the business of overseas trade to the people who were furthest away from them. Right. So these two provinces, as a result, developed a very vigorous overseas trading connection, plus a people and a population who were not afraid of foreigners, so to speak, right. or you could say less afraid than the northerners. Their options were not just internal migration, which is how your average northerner would have oriented himself, but they had external options too.
About 3,000 Chinese came to Trinidad during the 1840s, 50s, and 60s to work in sugar as indentured laborers.
They were offered 5 years. They were offered free passage. They were offered a certain wage, which was usually somewhere in the region of $4 to $6 a month. They were offered free food. Some of the Chinese were offered free food. Some of them, like the Indians, were not. But those who were not were often offered a plot of land. It's not clear how many of them actually got that, but that was there in some of the contracts. And in the case of the Chinese, unlike the Indians, because there were missionaries who were involved as intermediaries in the thing, they wanted to encourage family migration. And so they tried to attract women to come with some of the men folk. Some people took advantage of this, and this was how the women came along.
However, unlike East Indian indentured laborers who were guaranteed in their contracts a return passage to India if they so desired, Chinese indentures were not given the return passage clause, and ultimately this is why the whole system started to unravel, since including the clause made Chinese labor too expensive. By the end of the 1860s, new Chinese indentureship had essentially petered out. Chinese migration to Trinidad continues even up to today.
Bend over, bend over, bend over, showtime. Bend over, bend over, bend over, showtime. Bend over, bend over.
Show me you married a trainee woman.
You got love again. Time to make a movie. Say you got
Show me you married a trainee woman.
You got love again. Time to make a movie. Say you got love again. Let we make a movie. You got love again. Time to make a movie. Say you got love again. 1, 2, 3, action. Bend over, bend over, bend over. Showtime. Bend over, bend over, bend over. Showtime. Bend over, bend over.
Show me you married a trainee woman.
You got love again. Time to make a movie. Say you got love again.
See me,
So long you no see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you no see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
So long you not see me. Woman said they want feel me. Promoter said they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place. So can music don't steal me. And the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear.
So long you no see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long you no see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean.
Logical case for increased supply of transportation between the islands. It's one thing for us to talk about it in abstract, but it's important from an operations management place, which we hope that CAL and the Port Authority are coming from, that if there is any indication that there is a trend where your demand is outstripping your supply, you have to make changes in terms of your operations to facilitate that demand. And what we're seeing here is that the green is actually 2023. And what we're seeing on the Sea Bridge is every year from 2019 that the travel between the islands on the Sea Bridge is increasing and trending upwards generally. I want to show you what's happening for the air bridge. Now the air bridge is a little more nuanced. The green is still here. But what we're seeing as well is that the number of flights have been reduced during a particular period. We had COVID happening, but there has been a steady recovery on the domestic air bridge over the months that we have in review. I want to talk a little bit here as well about the fact that we are unable to track untapped or unmet demand. So there is no mechanism for us to know exactly how many people would have wanted to book and wanted to come and were unable to do so. So this only represents executed or fulfilled demand. But we have a lot of anecdotal evidence from where we sit in terms of people who are unable to fulfill bookings. A lot of the hoteliers and stakeholders here can tell you about the type of revenue that they lose on a daily basis because people are unable to do the connection. And so when we put this aggregate together, what we are seeing is a steady trending upwards of people moving between Tobago and Trinidad. And I don't want us to get complacent about the Sea Bridge and the Air Bridge, because what our internal research is showing at the agency is that those persons who come by sea spend less than people who come by air. And so it's important for us to continue pushing and increasing the ability of the air bridge to bring and move people, because it does have an impact on the revenue that you make at the end of the day. And my very last slide is international arrivals. International arrivals are humbugged extremely by the lack of movement between the destinations easily. We have 2 direct flights from the UK throughout the year. And we have one flight from Europe to Tobago only during the winter. Everybody else who wants to get to Tobago connecting from our source markets have to come through Port of Spain on those other days of the week and those other times of the year. And it's impossible for us to ascertain the kinds of leakage and loss that we have in terms of international arrivals because we can't fulfill this particular arrangement. So all I want to say this morning is that there is a logical and clear business case for both our providers, the Port Authority and the Airport Authority, to increase the supply on both the sea and the air bridge. And I think that this discussion today is very pertinent. But I also want to talk a little bit, just for 1 minute, about what it means to me personally. I have been navigating this sea bridge thing forever. I was actually on the airport the day when Air Caribbean went into receivership. I've slept on the floor of the Geltin. I've vomited my heart out on the vomit comets. I've run across the road on Ryston Road at 4:30 in the morning. I've bought chicken at the KFC in Independence Square long before there was a KFC in Tobago. So I understand deeply, not just this generation, but my grandmother's generation, my mother's generation, my generation, my daughter's generation. I understand from a very deep and personal place the humiliation that we feel. And I must not forget to talk about those kind and courteous guards at the Airport Authority who chase us from under the fountain when we sit there too long, who try to chase us out of the airport at nights when we can't get a flight and we have to sleep, some of them have removed plugs and removed seats because we mash them up because we're there. So a lot of things have happened in this transportation space. And so I want to know that I feel your pain and that the solution for me is not just because of the professional hat that I now wear, but from a very personal place. I hope that my grandchildren and great-grandchildren will not have to be wrestling with those issues. So I'm happy to see those of you who are here in person, but also those of you who are online or those of you who are with here in spirit. And I trust that at the end of the day, we would have some sensible options and suggestions going forward for central government. Thank you so much for showing up today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Edwards, for your remarks. I now invite to the podium Councillor Tashia Boris, Secretary of the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation, to share remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasant good morning to the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, Administrator in the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation, Mr. Suresh Duku, Ms. Alicia Edwards, Chairman of the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, Mr. Curtis Williams, Chairman of the Tobago Chamber of Commerce, Tobago Chapter, Mr. Chris James, immediate past President of the Hotel Association, all other specially invited guests, members of the media, people viewing online, good morning, and thank you for braving the weather to be here. I welcome you. I can tell you that last week when I picked up the phone and called the Chief Secretary and said, Chief, we have to have an extraordinary town hall. The solutions for this problem cannot come from those who sit in the seats of the Executive Council, but the solutions for this problem have to be a collaborative approach with the THA and the people of Tobago staying the course and making sure that we fix this particular problem once and for all. I also was one of those who was a victim of the famous cancel flights weekend. And it pained me to go to the airport in time to check in for my flight to be told your flight is delayed to 8 o'clock in the morning. And there was no space in any hotel or guest house within a 5-mile radius for me to rest my head, even as the Secretary of Tourism. So I drove all the way back down to Marabella in South to rest my head until I had to be at the airport for 6 in the morning to check in for my flight. And the funny thing about all of that is I arrived at the airport at 6:30 to the counter only to be told that my flight was being delayed to 12:30. And the email about the delay came in 2 minutes later on my phone. And if only I had gotten it half an hour before or 45 minutes before, because they would have known that people weren't showing up to fly any planes, I would have continued to snuggle my pillow in South, and I would not have wasted my time to drive all the way up to Piarco. And then they told us come back for 10:30 because the flight should leave at 12:30. And at 6:30 in the morning, it didn't make any sense driving back all the way to South, didn't it? So I parked up in the airport, and I figured I could not continue to pay to park in Airport Authority, beautiful car park. So I drove out, parked at the side of the road, and slept in my car until 10:30. Get back to the airport, go to the counter, not checking my phone, only to be told that my flight is cancelled. And guess when the email about the cancellation came in? 10:32. So if I had known that the flight was not going to leave, certainly I would have taken myself and my car back to South to sleep. For someone to call, someone to message, someone to send a smoke signal about what my next step should be. And in those 3 occasions that I went back to the airport, I witnessed angry, frustrated passengers who did not know where to turn. People were brushing their teeth in the sink. That is where we had reached to. And I overheard a number of people simply saying, I can't do this again. I can't come back here again. And you know, funny enough, those statements hurt Tobago the most. We are the ones who bear the brunt of any fallout when the destination has to deal with something as large as our inter-island air bridge grinding to a halt on one of the biggest weekends in our local calendar, the Great Race Weekend. And we know that every long weekend is a big weekend in Tobago, and what that means for hotels and restaurants and bars and retail stores and small business operators, reef boat operators. Anybody who operates in a business needs people to come to the destination. And when they simply cannot come, that means your business is in peril. That's why we are here today. And not 2 days after having this conversation with the Chief Secretary and asking the staff to pull together this town hall back home because we were in New York at the time, I finally arrived 24 hours later, the Cabo Star and the challenge with the cargo service. And that is a further blow to our very fragile situation in Tobago. We are now coming out of COVID-19. We are now starting to see the numbers trending upward, as Alicia has shown in the graphs. We are now feeling as if we're getting a sense that we could see light at the end of the tunnel and our strategies are working and that we could begin to carefully expand into the different markets that we want to target. But if we simply cannot get the things at home right, who are we inviting to our house? If we simply cannot ensure that the people who live here can travel seamlessly between the islands, who are we inviting to come and enjoy this paradise called Tobago? That is why we are here today. It's not just about us ventilating what the struggles are, although that is necessary because we need to know how this thing affects everybody, from the man who has a business to the average man on the street. How does this situation affect you? And we will be recording all of your comments. But after we hear the comments about how it affects you, then the conversation has to move to what are the solutions. And yes, there are certain things that reside at the level of central government, and they have their part to play. And this is not something that they can continue to ignore and continue to play politics with. This is not about politics. This is about the people of Tobago. and restoring dignity to the people of Tobago? Why should it be that your stamp in your Tobagonian passport is having slept in an airport or a port? Why does that have to be? That in 2023, when my son was in my belly, that I had those challenges traveling for school, and now I still have those challenges, and he's almost 20 years old. When are we going to solve this problem? I do not want my son to have to sleep in an airport because somehow that is a badge of honor or a badge of dishonor in being a Tobagonian. We need to make sure that our people can travel with dignity and respect. And the air bridge and the sea bridge is not only important when we have visitors, whether they be domestic visitors or regional visitors or international visitors. The people of Tobago deserve that dignity when we travel. We deserve to know that we can book a ticket to go to Trinidad in the morning and get a ticket to come back in the afternoon because we simply have 2 hours of business to do and we can come back home. It's cheaper for us to come back home immediately than to overnight in Trinidad. We know the crime situation in Trinidad as well. We don't want to stay in Trinidad any longer than we need to because we want to come home and we want to have that reliability. And the powers that be have to recognize that the air bridge and the sea bridge is not about leisure for us. It's about our lifeblood. It's about us getting to Trinidad to access goods and services that we don't have on this island yet. The longer term solution is for us to become independent in a number of areas, where those services and goods that we have to go to Trinidad to get access to, that we find a way to provide them here. And that is what government is for. That is what the THA is for. But in the interim, because a short-term solution is needed, an immediate solution is needed, we need to sit. We need to strategize. Certainly, we need to have very hard conversations with our counterparts in central government. But most importantly, for this administration, is restoring dignity to the people of Tobago when it comes to a right that we have, a universal right that everybody everywhere has, which is the freedom of movement. I look forward to the conversations and the deliberations this morning, and I thank you once again for your presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boris, for your remarks and for taking this collaborative approach to deal with the issue at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Chief Secretary, Dr. Faith B. Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all kindly stand now as we welcome to the podium to deliver the feature remarks the Chief Secretary of Tobago, Honorable Fali Chavez Augustine.
Thank you very much. Please have your seats. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of Deputy Chief Secretary Dr. B. Israel, Secretary Boris, Administrator Duku from the Division of Tourism. We have immediate past presidents of the Tobago Tourism and Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association, Mr. James, and we also have Executive Chairman of TTAL, Miss Lisa Edwards. All of the special invited guests. I think I saw also the head of the Chamber of Commerce is also present with us this morning, and I welcome all of you. I will be brief in my remarks and perhaps share a slightly different perspective on the entire issue. But allow me first to ground all of this in why transportation is important to a tourism-based economy. On a very simple, and at the risk of being simplistic, but it needs to be said, transport helps to move people from tourist-generating areas to tourist destinations. Let me repeat that. Transportation helps to move people from tourist-generating areas to tourist destinations. It's as simple as that. There is no way for people to get to destinations like ours without some mode of transportation. Unless, of course, they are Sukunias and can fly globally. There is a requirement for transportation to move people from tourist generating areas to tourist destinations. Tourist generating areas are, simply put, the areas where people have expendable income, or they have money, as we say, either monies that are saved, either monies that are extra, either monies that are in some trust fund somewhere, and there is a need for a vacation, or there is a need for some engagement, because tourism goes beyond leisure tourism. Some engagement, whether it's healthcare, education, sport, or simply to visit family, because you're part of this great big diaspora. But tourism, at the heart of tourism, it must be about moving people from tourist generating areas to destinations. Across the Caribbean region, allow me to share some statistics with you. 13.9% of the Caribbean's GDP is as a result of tourism. 13.9%, and that's according to World Travel and Tourism Council. So the statistics are that 13.9% of our region's GDP is as a result of tourism. That's the highest share of any region in the world. And that makes the Caribbean the most tourism-dependent region in the entire world. Think of the regions. Europe, and in Europe, France is considered among the largest with intakes of tourism owing to Paris. But the European region doesn't depend on tourism as the Caribbean does. North America, US in particular, where everyone around the world is trying to get a visa, and lines at US embassies globally are extremely long, but they are not the most tourism dependent region in the world. South America, where hotels and transportation are seemingly cheaper, you can get to an all-inclusive and eat your hearts out and drink your hearts out, because they seem to have limited taxes on drinks and food. They are not more tourism dependent than the Caribbean region. In Africa, as vast as it is, with sites nowhere else in the world, they are not as tourism dependent as we are. Australia, down under, is beautiful. I've been there myself. Extremely beautiful. And you could wake up with dangerous spiders and snakes in your bed and have a great adventure. But guess what? They are not as tourism dependent as the Caribbean region is. And based on statistics, in 2021, 39 billion US dollars was the contribution to GDP in the Caribbean. 39 billion US dollars. Think of that in relation to Trinidad and Tobago's entire budgetary expenditure in a fiscal year. Think of that in relation to how much money is Tobago spend in a fiscal year or earn in a fiscal year. But across the region in 2021, the GDP contribution from tourism was 39 billion US dollars. In that year, Cuba and Dominican Republic, they actually experienced the largest GDP contributions in that year. For us in Tobago, the statistics show that tourism is the third largest sector on the island. The first being the government sector, the second being the financial sector. I'm seeing people from insurance companies here. So you are the second largest, the third being tourism. However, tourism remains the second largest employer on the island. So you employ more people than any other sector, save and except for the government sector. And so that brings into perspective how critical transportation is for us in Tobago. I am of the humble view that we have just been at this for far too long. We have been battling this story with Caribbean Airlines for just far too long. We have tried everything possible. At one point, the Tobago House of Assembly was allowed to appoint someone to the Caribbean Airlines board. Maybe that helped a bit. At another point, we were fortunate to get to 24 flights daily between the both islands. And that was a massive help to the industry, because it meant that you could get a flight close to midnight or after midnight coming to Tobago. And it meant that you could leave Tobago between midnight and 1:30 in the morning. So we were pretty much opened for business. And then COVID unfortunately came. No one planned for COVID. When COVID came, we just shut everything down. And that was required. That was required in order for us to safeguard our people. The entire world was shutting down. So we were no different. I'm not sure if you realize that it was only in April 2022, that's last year. April last year, we were returned to half of those numbers of flights, 12 flights. April last year for Easter, we returned to half the numbers of flights. Piarco got a return to international flights in late 2021. Between October and November 2021, could be a little earlier. Tobago got its first international flight in January 2022. And then only in April last year, we were returned to half the number of flights between the both islands. And then the argument that Cal makes is that it's not profitable for them to return to the number of flights, the 24 flights. But I have a serious issue with that argument, because I don't know if it is profitable for London to have expended so much monies on an Elizabethan line. Thankfully, they were able to open it before she died. A whole new underground line built, billions of pounds. I don't know that it's profitable for them immediately to do so. I don't know how much money the New York subway makes, and if it makes profit. It's very old and dirty, and the trains are creaking and feels as if they fall into potholes ever so often. But I don't know how profitable it is to them. The point I'm making is that transportation for jurisdictions around the world goes beyond profit to the company that operates the mode of transportation, because there is a larger impact on the larger economy. And no one at central government seems to be looking at the impact on the larger economy that the movement of people will have. So yes, I will be first in line to say Caribbean Airlines will not see dollars and cents profit from giving 24 flights to Tobago. But did anyone stop to count the impact on the economy that the movement of people will have? How many beds will you sell? How many maxi taxis will fill up? How many taxis will move out of the airport? How many cars will be rented? And let's not think just about Tobago, because there is an impact on the Trinidad economy. I don't understand why this country thinks that an efficient air and sea transportation between the both islands is only for Tobago. Mrs. Edwards spoke about crossing Wrightson Road. Tobagonians are still making it the mad dash across Wrightson Road. And I mean, they build a walkover nearby, but they didn't even consider the travelers between Trinidad and Tobago to think, well, there needs to be a solution at Wrightson Road coming out the port, they put closer down to the waterfront complex. So the people from south could be able to cross easily. But you who coming from Tobago, going to Tobago, have to still make that dash across the road. Because nobody really care about you. And then when you make the dash across the road now, you have to stand up under a tent in the sun and the rain in the most undignified manner. I mean, it baffles me why in this day and age you have to be herded under a tent like cattle. Rain come, sun come, and you're under a tent, squeeze up. You just stand up there under a tent because the facilities might be too good for you to wait in. And then when they finally open the counter and you go and you get your tickets stamped, it's the next set of herding that happens, and you're there in the hot downstairs waiting to go upstairs, and a nice little chain across the steps to go upstairs. And you wait for a long while. Eventually somebody will come and remove the chain, and then you go upstairs, pass through security, and then you sit in the waiting area, and then someone gleeful at the power they now have will come out and decide which row will first board the boat, and everybody's hoping the row that they're seated in is the lucky row that morning or afternoon to get onto the vessel. And I've asked, but this is 2023. Why can't we have a system there that as the boat is there, parked, waiting? Why can't we have a system where people much earlier can be processed and can go on the vessel, they can buy things to eat, they can watch a movie, they can sit and wait until time for the departure? Why can't we get that organized by this time? Because nobody sees transportation that you guys do. So people are moved the same way cargo is moved. Because with cargo, you can just fling it down anywhere and take it across and pick it up and drop it off. So in similar fashion, people are made to be flung anywhere, picked up and dropped off. 2023. No consideration for that. And then we get to the airport. Because we have reduced number of flights, and we hear this foolish argument every time, well, we put on the extra flights and there were 5,000 empty seats. But what they're not telling you is how the math is mathing. So they look at the flights are all full coming to Tobago and people leave back. Then they say we have 5,000 empty seats, but the 5,000 empty seats are coming from Tobago to Trinidad. Well, duh. If the attraction at that time of the year is in Tobago, then the majority of the population will be moving to Tobago. So those will be 100% booked out with excess. But those going in the opposite direction will be far less than those coming to Tobago. And so it is, I guess, at Carnival time. At Carnival time, we have a bigger boat going to, that's February Carnival, of course, going to Port of Spain than coming to Tobago. And so it might be when school is about to open this week, everybody's trying to get done, to get last minute supplies and may not get here. And so seasonally you will find that at some points, the bulk of the travelers will be coming from one island versus the other. That's natural. But there is a cost to the larger economy. No tourism-based economy can work without the movement of people. It's a basic element. That's why we engage cruise ships, movement of people. That's why we need to get international airlines in, movement of people. That's why we need to connect both islands, movement of people. And of course, if we are going to make an argument that this is a twin island republic, and we love you so much, and we should stay together, and Fali, don't say nothing too hard that make it sound as though Tobago want to leave Trinidad, be better together, be stronger together, then we need to have, as a matter of public transportation, we go beyond tourism now, as a matter of public transportation, connectivity between the both islands. In the same way, I could take a PTSC bus to the furthest part south in Trinidad, the furthest part east in Trinidad. One must be able to get transportation to go to and from Tobago as a matter of public transportation, because we cannot take a bus between the both islands. Perhaps it might have been a good project at Independence to build a bridge between the both islands. Perhaps, and a nice toll road. We as a country would have made quite a killing of that. And the tolls and the taxes and the movement of people and what that will cause for development on both islands. But I don't think we could afford that now. Therefore, the only thing we can afford and should afford must be as a matter of public transportation connecting the both islands. Does PTSC make profit? And if PTSC does not make profit, why is the government investing in buying 300 buses and electronic buses, if you please? Electric buses, why? If it's not profitable, shouldn't we just shut down PTSC? And if the answer to that question is no, because there is a public service good that PTSC must serve, then the same argument applies to why Caribbean Airlines must service the air bridge and return it to the 24 flights. Because the profit is to the larger economy and to people as a whole, rather than simply Caribbean Airlines. People are dependent on it. Their jobs, their livelihoods, their lives are dependent on it. And for us in Tobago, it transcends tourism. When you have to query something into our country planning, you know where you have to go right now? When you have to apply, go before some board to query, you have to go down to Trinidad. You need some legal documents and some fancy stuff for your land. You know where you have to go? Trinidad. And when the machines break down at your hospital here, or you can't wait on the line, you know where you go? For the private services, to Trinidad. And so people who travel the air bridge aren't all just traveling because it's a luxury and a leisure. It is tourism, medical tourism. It might be administrative tourism. It might be the only place in the world where there is such a thing as administrative tourism. We have to do some administration for some documents or something. So, but it's tourism. Because you travel, you pay for transportation on the ground, you buy food, you pay for a place to stay. It is tourism. And then there is education. What about the public servants who are doing part-time studies? They sleep on the airport and they have to show up for duty the next morning. And then we wonder why they're so angry and grouchy in the morning. Because they just slept in the airport because they're trying to upgrade themselves, trying to keep their jobs. And then have to show up to work the next morning. It has become part of our lives. And so I'll end by saying the way we have to flip this on our head is that while we discuss what Caribbean Airlines can do, what the cabinet can do, because they are the ones with the power over Caribbean Airlines, we also should discuss if there are strategies we can employ outside of cabinet, outside of Caribbean Airlines to fix this. Should we find the money and lease some planes? Should we find every imaginable airline that we can find and just have them come here directly? And what are the challenges to that? Is that someone in Trinidad have to sit and sign off and agree? that this new flight from a new place can come here? And if that is the case, do we then return to square one? I was just in New York. Members of the diaspora are complaining. They say, look, we want to come home for Christmas. And we're calling Caribbean Airlines, and Caribbean Airlines cannot tell us if there is a direct flight for Christmas. It is not yet listed on their website. We are approaching September. And on this, the 29th day of August, you could book a flight to Trinidad for next year. But the one direct flight from New York to Tobago, you can't tell if it will exist in December this year or November this year. How could that be fair to us? How? And when members of the diaspora comes home, they may not stay in a hotel, but they are the hardware because they want to fix up mommy place. They're buying a lot of extra food because the US dollars will go a much further way than the TT. So mommy and daddy and auntie and them get a nice Christmas. They're spending extra. They're in Almando's in the liquor mart. Little more than need a license to travel up to country with the alcohol they're buying. So they're spending money when they come home. But they can't yet figure out if there will be a direct flight between Tobago and JFK from November on to Christmas. And then we have to sit and look at Cal opening up new destinations, going to every other place, and then we say, but why not open new destinations between Tobago and North America, Tobago and Europe? Not a thought. And so the question is whether or not the taxpayers' dollars that are invested in Cal are really meant to invest for Tobago or not. But we need to, at this point, attract other airlines, find some solutions outside of Caribbean Airlines, and force the government's hand. Because I would like to see somebody in government say no to, for example, a JetBlue doing a direct flight between North America and Tobago, or to another airline from another part of the world coming directly to them. I would like to see them say no. Let's go out there, find the flights, find a way. Flights are expensive because most of these airlines now are demanding from the Caribbean some sort of payment in the event that seats are not full. But there may be other ways of making the arrangements with them. It could be that we bear the cost of fuel, which might be cheaper to us than us having to find TT dollars. Find US dollars. It might mean that we find some other incentives, but we just have to find a way. And I dare say, given the inclinations of Cal and those with powers over Cal, it might be worth a while this morning to consider solutions that are beyond Caribbean Airlines and beyond crossing across the waters. My parents did it. My parents' did it. See people like Mr. McFarlane here, when they were in the THA, they were doing it, making noise, and we're still doing it today in 2023. Clearly, it has not worked out. Clearly, it has not resulted in the results we would like to have. So, before we go crazy, let's think of something other than crossing across the waters to get the transportation services that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Secretary Honorable Augustine, for admonishing the importance of transportation to an island like Tobago. So now we'll open the floor for persons to share their views. There is a microphone at the center of the room. If you have a comment to share, you make your way to the microphone. You state your name and the organization which you are representing.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Secretary, Secretary for Tourism, head table, everybody. Tourism stakeholders, Carol Ann Birchwood James, everybody knows me. I have some recommendations to make. But Chief,
by the energy sector mainly. Earlier this year, this solar ponics innovation placed first in the Caribbean for technology innovation regarding sustainable energy. So it's recognized all over the Caribbean, as well as some interest from Tanzania and Uganda at this time. So that's what it is in a nutshell, and we hope to deploy these things into the country and regionally to benefit the people sustainably with climate adaptability in mind.
And I like how I see you nodding, Ms. Mohammed. But just before, I want to crack open that nut a little bit, because even looking at that, the image behind you, Mr. Bagwandeen, as a reference point, I'm wondering what kind of produce can this unit sustain? Is it it needs to be a certain height, it needs to be a certain weight? Is it that if it's starting to bear fruit like possibly tomatoes, will that be an issue in terms of will it pull out? So give me an idea what kind of crops you've dealt with, or what's the potential for dealing with at this point. Thank you.
Well, one of the novelties of this system is it addresses all the essential crops. That includes the tomatoes and peppers that you mentioned there. Of course, the leafy greens that we're all familiar with, the lettuce, the seasonings, and so on. But what makes this novel and different is that as of this week, I believe it's at the La Brea Police Youth Club, we expect to deploy the first ground provision staple crop unit. So in addition to what you see in that image, it will be delivering your eddos, your dasheen, your beetroot, and so forth as a crop at your fingertips. Now, of course, if you want to grow fruiting crops like tomatoes, you'll see in the image behind me a little trellis at the top of one of the units. Those are tie points for the fruiting crops if you want to go with the peppers and vegetables like those. So what we're talking about is a complete package: root crops, fruiting crops, leafy greens, all automated, all solar powered, all at your fingertips whenever you need it.
And I think this is a lovely opportunity to speak to the role and function of Ideas I Foundation, Ms. Mohammed, in the sense of this system is a tangible item. How do you get this tangible item, this resource, to the hands of individuals who don't necessarily know about it, or just help to create some of that networking? Because sometimes when you're right in front of one thing, you're tinkering with your product, making sure that it's the best it can be. I don't really have time, or I really don't necessarily want to talk to this amount of people. How does Ideas I Foundation come into the equation on that?
Well, one thing we have recognized, and we have seen a spur of innovation camps, hubs, ways that SMEs and innovators and entrepreneurs could access finances and funding to develop their products. But what we've recognized as a challenge is the capacity of the SMEs themselves is not being solved by this. And where we know we have been helping to fill gaps, and that's why we were very fortunate to interact with Ansel some more than a few months ago through one of our partners, which is MIC as well, to support that part of it, which is the networking, the marketing, the outreach. And that was one of the very good opportunities that was created at the Pan-African Festival 2023 when they approached the organization to support recycling. But they also love the idea of having the educational green zone. And Nadia and I, Nadia Rudder, my business partner and partner in crime, we spoke about that, and even ourselves not having so much capacity, we still thought it was a good opportunity to have solar ponics on display, and some other green partners like Flying Tree, and which I know that you're well acquainted with Flying Tree and Central Pathfinders, and Captain Turner, to have these green items on display for the general public, which I think goes a very, very long way when it comes to marketing. But it really is dependent on the type of patrons that they have at the event. And that is something that Ideas is also going to be supporting, where we were introduced and got the attention of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Art, with our support to Greeny Festival. And we've been asked, to come in and discuss with them how we could support these types of greening of the festivals and different types of national events, but not just on the back end with recycling, as well as, the opportunities Republic Bank offered at the Pan-African Festival with having wireless payments through Encash. All these types of activities to make an event go green is important to showcase what we have available on the market in Trinidad, as well as part of the event. So it was a very good opportunity to get feedback from the general public on solar ponics, which was amazing. And we'll share some images with you on how it was just fascinating to see people walk past the booth and stop at the solar ponics tower and be amazed, because they have seen grow towers before, as Ansel mentioned. But what Ansel has done is innovated on the concept of the grow tower to make it more accessible, easily, readily, not just available, where you could just get this unit with the solar power, but so accessible for people who don't have big space, as well as giving them the power. I think the issue with food security right now is not that we don't have access, like some other countries, to food, but it's the quality of the food that we have access to.
I think this is a good time as any to take a short break. We're actually speaking with Island Innovation Ambassador Ansel Bagwandine, as well as one of the directors for Ideas I Foundation, Ms. Tali Mohammed. Stay with us. We return with more. Welcome back. We are very happy to be speaking about things that address filling gaps, making connections, addressing food security / insecurity. We're doing this with Ansel Bagwandine as well as Talia Mohammed, and I say Island Innovation Ambassador / the Island Eye Foundation, respectively. But I asked the question of how do you help to bridge some of those gaps? And let me throw that to you as well, please, Mr. Bagwandine. Who are some of the partners that are helping? Now, both of you would have mentioned MIC. I know there's something with regard to, is it reclaiming or reusing batteries? So even like the way, areas that you would be sourcing materials from as well to help kind of scale this effort up. Who are some of the partners on this journey with you?
Well, in that regard, we actually have I'll start with the far-flung one, a transatlantic partner out of Tanzania, Africa, which sort of aligns with the African Festival as well. Mr. Gibson Kawago is running an entity over there, and he shared the technology from Tanzania with us here in Trinidad and Tobago to upcycle, as opposed to recycle, scrap laptop batteries into the solar ponics device for battery storage and power. So we're harvesting batteries from the public, the school sector as a primary source, recertifying them and incorporating them. So we are actually reducing waste while we are creating this sustainable product. Now, further to that, the Island Innovation entity is celebrating its 5th anniversary Virtual Island Summit this year in September. And it's a zero carbon conference with world-class experts talking about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and so forth. And the summit will emphasize the need for input and partnerships from across the private, public, academic, and NGO sectors. No, registration is free, of course. So you'll see it online at islandinnovation.co. However, we have almost a dozen ambassadors from Trinidad and Tobago in there doing different things. So there's an opportunity for Trinbagonians to be a part of and see what's happening at the ground level for sustainability with a global impact. And of course, we can't be remiss. We must mention our partners in the energy sector. I mean, most recently, Massy Gas sponsored the unit that was actually at the Pan-African Festival for the St. Mary's Home for Children. And just before that, we had Point Lisa's Nitrogen Limited, as well as Atlantic LNG. So all the energy sector partners, and I think coming up with the NGC, are getting involved to help get these devices, these products into the hands of the schools, the youth clubs, the communities, and so on. And it will be available for retail very shortly via MIC.
Thank you for that. And sometimes it seems as though there's this groundswell, so things are happening a little more, a little more, a little more, and momentum is building up. But we still need to have an idea of figures, statistics. Some people still need to be shocked into action. And with that in mind, I believe that CARICOM would have recently commissioned a report. And you have some startling figures from that, Ms. Mohammed.
Yes, I've been trying to get the details of the report, but from all reports that I've received, the food and nutrition study has indicated that we're approximately 50% food insecure in the region. And that is a startling number, given how much we know the potential of our Caribbean region to produce food. So it correlates with the high food import bill you hear every year, at least for Trinidad and Tobago, and why that is happening directly due to not having access to our own local food being produced regionally.
And sometimes it makes me wonder, is it a matter of there's no food, or because we have been acclimatized, acculturated to certain types of food? All right, so I want that, even though this is available. So even are those some of the conversations that we need to be having as well, Ms. Mohammed?
Yeah, so that is one of the reasons why when we saw Ansell's product, which it's a very easy tool to be practical, to do practical teaching on. And part of the No Money in the Circular Economy is engaging the young people not only on how, when they do have that ability to spend their own money and to make green conscious decisions, and it's called green consumerism, that from the beginning now, when we teach them agri-entrepreneurship and green entrepreneurship, with the solar-ponics unit being able to teach on agri-entrepreneurship as well, that they recognize how easy and simple it is for them to grow their own food. And it's remarkable how when you teach kids from, of course, what we learn as young people shape us into the adults and decisions we make in the future. And this social pathway that we have to take to change the mindsets, it needs to start at the school level and at that level in order for us to generate leaders that will make these decisions for our country in the future. So it really has this knock-on effect, like what we say in economics, to ensure that we set up Trinidad and Tobago for a brighter future with people who would make decisions aligned to what capacity and resources we have. And we have the resources and capacity with our neighbors to produce more healthy and nutritious food and have it available locally for everybody to especially have a positive and more focused impact on our health, because of course there's a impact on health as well when you don't have access to safe and nutritious food. So that's the point of making sure that we could collaborate and get these ideas out and generated in a way that actually has social and economic impact on the country.
Indeed. DK, just let me interject here.
And interject, and the final minute is yours.
Thank you. Naprima College in San Fernando will be demonstrating leadership in terms of its students, its senior students, via their Interact Club, assisting the National Center for Persons with Disabilities, that's just down the road from them, who just received 6 of our Tower Gardens on Friday past. So what we have there are young leaders being created to assist the other citizens of their age group in Trinidad and Tobago who are less fortunate but able to help themselves. So we are creating leadership here with education as well.
And looking at creating that leadership and doing so in a manner that really empowers, because sometimes you have leaders who are able to use power from outside of a space as opposed to being in a space and being that rising tide that floats all boats. And we want to thank you very much, both of you, Director of Ideas I Foundation, Talia Mohammed, as well as Island Innovation Ambassador Ansel Bagwandine. And I think we're going to be doing like Oliver Twist and asking for a little more, so we can actually zoom into the individual efforts that you're doing. But this has been In Depth with me, DK Rossa, on behalf of the entire TTT News team. Thank you so much for joining us.